Atlanta News First, staying on top of more breaking news tonight. A business owner killed in a targeted shooting in Atlanta's Old Fourth Ward neighborhood. Police investigating that scene of the deadly shooting on John Wesley Dobbs Avenue. That's where we find Atlanta News First anchor Tori Cooper tonight. And Tori, we've just learned the identity of that victim.
Yeah, Savannah, I just got off the phone moments ago with Malcolm Connor, who is the attorney representing Chad Dillon, the popular restaurant connoisseur and owner here in Metro Atlanta. And he told us that unfortunately today, Mr. Dillon was shot and killed outside of his car here along John Wesley Dobbs Avenue around 4 o'clock. And that is what is playing out in front of us right now, the aftermath of that situation. Police are focusing all of their attention outside of this black SUV here, and the coroner just showed up. People have been coming up, looking on. Many of them knew Mr. Dillon. They're expressing a lot of emotion, saying this was my boss. As far as what his attorney told me, he says that Mr. Dillon had to be in this area because he was opening a Jamaican food restaurant very soon, and that's why he was over here. But that restaurant has not opened just yet, and that's why they believe he was in the area. Police have not provided any additional information in terms of a suspect at this time, but they do tell us that this was a targeted attack. Now, he has quite the resume as it relates to restaurants. He brought Boyle Seafood, the idea, to Atlanta, and he was the first black restaurant owner to do that because he said that most of this was on the outskirts, and it quickly reached success, and he's been opening several other restaurants ever since. So this is a very big loss to this community. Several different people that I spoke to over the phone knew him, and when I mentioned the Boiler Seafood Atlanta, they all knew his restaurant. So we're going to be speaking with his attorney around 7:30. He is planning on coming to the scene, so we're going to hopefully learn some more details about what transpired here. Reporting live in Buckhead tonight, I'm Tori Cooper, Atlanta News First.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. What they didn't tell you in the article is that he was sitting in his Rolls Royce when he was killed. What they also didn't tell you is that this Buckhead restaurant owner, a partner with Lil Baby, was not in Buckhead when he was killed. He was killed somewhere in the southwest part of Atlanta. And the thing that really struck and caught my interest was that he was killed while sitting inside of a Rolls Royce. This is a fairly inexperienced businessman. He came out of the gate strong, apparently, with his first restaurant. And he said he made $8 million the first year. How and why he felt the need to tell anyone that kind of blows my mind. But he did. And so now he's rolling around in the ghetto about to open up a Caribbean restaurant. Rolling around in the ghetto in a Rolls Royce. That'll get you killed. If you're palling around with rappers who also engage with a dangerous crowd, that can also get you killed as well. So when you combine all of that, you just look at that, all the business sense in the world that he may have had in terms of running the restaurants, he didn't understand. He didn't have much common sense or the way of the world. He didn't understand the way of the world. He thought that he would just be able to roll around in that ghetto, a Rolls Royce, flossing and showing out in front of these people. And they would just be happy for him. They would be happy to see him there, surviving and thriving. So let me show you some of the articles that I read. It's really amazing, to see how this man was killed. And one of the things you're going to notice that I noticed a pattern is that there have been several business owners killed in Atlanta, broad daylight or in the height of their business operations. And you'll come away kind of with a pattern that these people were a little too close to their customers and a little too close to their customers in terms of showing off their perceived success. And that's one of the things in business I've just never done, not to say I can show off a lot of things, but the bit of success I've had, I can go buy a nicer car if I so chose or live somewhere nice or whatever. but you can't flaunt it in front of people while they're paying you money, particularly in urban areas. You just can't do it, even in a very nice area. Customers you may have some customers that will recoil from that type of, just seeing that type of flaunting in their face. They're paying you money for something, and you flaunting in their face. On top of that, you also have John's John's new mic is crisp. Yeah. On top of that, you also have an issue with your employees. When you're flaunting like that in front of your employees and you're paying these guys $20, $15 an hour, it doesn't even matter. When they see you pull up in a Rolls Royce, they're going to assume that you have the ability to pay them more. And you're never going to be able to pay them enough once they see you in that Rolls Royce. So let me go through a couple of articles that I saw that really piqued my interest about this case. Let me find the first one here. I'm sure I have it up. And here's the first one here. And you're going to kind of see the pattern of what I'm saying here. It's just things that, just a real serious business owner would not be doing these things. Take a look. See the screen. So here's the guy. This is Chad Dillon, Lil Baby's business partner. And you heard the story. He opened up the seafood restaurant here. Chad Dillon, beloved restaurant owner, killed in Atlanta shooting. You can see him stepping off, presumably a private jet or something like that. You see all the gold around his neck, the fancy tracksuit, the expensive luggage. And again, you have to manage people that you're paying them a little bit of nothing. You're asking them to do a whole lot. Restaurants are hard business. You have to be able to drive these people hard. Looking like that, it makes it a lot harder, particularly if you're not a famed chef. And we're going to get into that as well. He was tragically killed in a shooting on Tuesday, July 23rd, according to his attorney. He was fatally shot near the Martin Luther King Jr. National Historic Park on John Wesley Dobbs Avenue around about 3:50 p.m. That's in the afternoon, broad daylight. He was 33 years old, identified as Chad Dillon. He was in critical condition when the police found him. Police found a Rolls Royce in the middle of the scene and confirmed that the shooting was a targeted attack. They're still searching for the suspect. Here's the Rolls Royce right here. It's very nice. Very, very nice. Chad Dillon was well known for his successful venture to Boiler Seafood and Crab Boil, which he opened in Buckhead, which is very important about this. Buckhead is a very affluent neighborhood north Atlanta. It actually wanted to succeed from from Atlanta at one point. And if you notice, he only opened this restaurant in 2020, so it hasn't been in the restaurant business very long, and you'll see that here. I think you'll see that in this comment here. Beyond his business achievements, he was also recognized for his community efforts. In 2022, 2 years after being in business, he donated around $15,000 to help convicted felons reintegrate into society by starting their own businesses, and he spent 13 weeks teaching them essential social and business skills. On social media, followers expressed their grief, and you'll see some of that here. I love you, bro. Blah, 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 blah. So that's the first article that I found interesting, just the flaunting when you're dealing with very low paid employees. This is very much a no-no in business here. Here's another article here, which I also found interesting about this guy. I'll make this larger here. Another article, beloved Atlanta business owner shot to death in Old Fourth Ward. Now you notice this article isn't mentioning Buckhead in the headline because he was not killed in Buckhead. And here's something interesting that I wanted to point out here. And we're going to take a look at the neighborhood too. I want to take your guess if you would drive a Rolls Royce in a neighborhood like that. There was something that he said that I wanted to point out. It may not be in this article. I'll close that one. Well, here's the neighborhood where he was killed. This is where he was going to open up his restaurant. You can see it here. It's one of these probably new buildings where they put restaurants and things like that at the bottom. And you'll see here is the Martin Luther King facility, I think. There's the Martin Luther King facility. So you know what kind of neighborhood you're in when you start seeing Martin Luther King facilities and institutes, things like that. You can see a bigger picture here, I think, well, a little bit smaller. You can look in the map, take a look all around. Uh, Not a low income neighborhood, but this is not Buckhead by any means. I want to say this is probably in Southwest Atlanta or somewhere like that. Anyway, the next article I wanted to show you about this guy, I think it's this article here. Restaurant pushes back on bad review. And that's Lil Baby right there. He opened this restaurant, blah, blah, blah. Woman visits Lil Baby's new seafood restaurant in Atlanta and claims the food is nasty. It's subjective, clearly. But I want to point out one thing, if I can find it in this article here. And it was about the guy's experience. It's not in this article. But it kind of shows you, the reviews were clearly mixed on this restaurant. And this was a guy that supposedly made $2 million, $8 million the first year. It's kind of amazing. You'd expect those reviews to be a little bit better. Here's the quote that I really wanted to point out to you, which really drew my ire again. So here's the scene here where he was murdered. Another picture of him here. Clearly he was into the nightlife, things like that. So here's the thing. And the restaurant business is very, very challenging, very difficult business, even in the best of times. And very few people succeed at it right out of the gate, make $8 million, things like that. So I was skeptical of that. And then when I read this, I said, oh man, this is probably more of a scam than anything. Here's a quote from the guy that was killed. I am a thinker and innovator. So without a culinary background, I enjoy finding voids in the business market and creating solutions. That very well may be true. You may be a good thinker, you may be a good innovator, but you're not going to outdo these guys with much more cash and much more skill and ability and experience than you. And so I think this mentality, this thinking that he's just so much smarter and that there's some void in the business market that no one else with just as much intelligence or more than him, just as much capital, just as much ability to come up with solutions. He thought he had found it. And I think it was this kind of overconfidence in yourself is why he showed up in that bad neighborhood with the Rolls Royce. And I'll point out another person that was killed about a year ago in Atlanta. He was on a popular nightclub. And I remember thinking, like, why would he be there that late at night? What is the point of being there? You're 50 years old. You've been running in the club business for a very long time. It's time to, maybe you can be there early, 6 to 10, making sure everything's up and running. But a nightclub like that, you're there late at night. So take a look at this article. This is a popular nightclub. I've actually been to some of these guys' nightclub. Republic Lounge murder. Suspect still at large after more than a year. Now, what you'll find interesting here, again, is Atlanta police are looking for a man named Jonathan Soto in connection to a murder more than a year ago. Police officers responded to a person shot call around 6:48 p.m. at the Republic Lounge on Brady Avenue. Well, he was shot probably before he could even get the place open. I thought he was shot late at night. Upon arrival, they found a man with a gunshot wound to his head. He was a co-owner, Michael Gideon. I want to say they were Ethiopians. And he had been in the business as a nightlife entrepreneur for the last 35 years. Him and his brother, Alex, from the East African, Eritrea, fled that country due to violence. They started out working as valets, and they learned the nightlife business, the ins and outs. And, as I said, I've seen these guys around for a long time in Atlanta. And the pair would eventually work their way into owning 2 clubs just a block from each other, with Alex heading the now defunct Compound nightclub. That's a club I've been to. Gideon was a celebrity, and therein lies the problem. He was a celebrity in his own right. On any given night, he could be seen hobnobbing, hosting, and befriending rising entertainers or established artists such as T.I., Young Jeezy, etc. And that is what got him killed. And no matter how big the reward is, you can still see, I think this family offered close to $250,000 reward. And a year later, they still have not found this man. But all of that flossing, and if you read deeper into this article, there was anger and jealousy between this guy and the actual owner because they were friends. But how can you maintain friendship when you employ someone? You're getting all the pretty women. Everyone's wants to hobnob with you. You're probably showing up at your fancy car parking directly in front of the building. Add a little alcohol to the mix. That anger and the jealousy, it manifests itself in this. In the same way you saw that the other guy, the Chad Dillon guy, riding around in a Rolls Royce, paying people $15, $20 an hour. And they thought that was going to work out for them. And in many cases, and Master Kim talks about this, you just can't be that flamboyant as the boss. Maybe you're a salesman. He can be very flamboyant, but not the boss. Anyway, so that more or less concludes the commentary that I had about these guys. And if you have any comments in the chat, I'll start taking a look at those now. There are a couple of things actually I wanted to point out about the Chad Dillon guy, which is another kind of business faux pas here. And I'll share this tab. This is from his Instagram. And you'll see one of the things that you'll see a lot with businessmen, young businessmen, where they aspire more to have a business than effectively run any business. So take a look now. Remember, he started out in restaurants 2020 with no experience. And just take a look at what he's doing. Look at this. This is where he was killed, by the way. And as you can see there, the point I'm making here is here's a man that just got into the restaurant business 4 years ago. And he has these grand designs to open up 7 restaurants covering all different types of genres. That's a very difficult feat for even a major restaurant group. 4 years, 7 restaurants. He has no experience running restaurants at all. And yet he's going to open up 4 or 7, excuse me. And, we could look up some of the reviews from his restaurants. You can see that these weren't great restaurants. So it made me question, did he even really make $8 million at one restaurant selling seafood? Red Lobster just went out of business. Were they making $8 million in any given restaurant? That's kind of hard to believe. Your first year, right out of the gate, you made $8 million profit. Revenue, I would even be surprised. Profit, I just find it hard to believe. That means he would have to bring in probably $17, $18 million to clear that kind of money. Anyways, John, can we? That's true. Let's see what the reviews. The crab boil in Atlanta. I think I had already pulled them up. The crab. What is it? Crab? Chad Dillon restaurants. I don't think he got open but 1 or 2 before they killed him. Atlanta. He had big dreams though. That's for sure. Here's one of them. All right, let me pull it up here. Let me see if I can share this tab. So here's one of his restaurants, the Boiler Seafood in Atlanta. Oh man, I have to tell you another story about this as I'm thinking about this. I read somewhere that he initially, and I'm going to pull that up. He initially wanted to open up a chain seafood restaurant. I can't remember the name of it, but they turned him down because they told him he didn't have any restaurant experience, and that's what led him off in his journey of opening up his own restaurants. Again, he skipped the hard part of working in the restaurants and jumped right to him. Here's another picture of him, by the way. He skipped the hard part, the foundational work that you often hear me talk about, learning the ins and outs of a restaurant business. And he jumped right into buying and owning a restaurant business because someone that he knew, Lil Baby, whoever, was willing to loan him money. And that very well could have gotten him killed as well. Well, we're going to see some things here because, again, they didn't take the Rolls Royce, nor did they rob him. You see a picture of him here. They say he had multiple cars, and this is his, looks like a Bentley or something right here. He owned the Boiler, a popular Cajun-style seafood restaurant. Here's a kind of a flippant comment from Lil Baby, his business partner. Damn, big buddy, get your rest. There were allegations that he owed people money, and here's what's interesting as well. He shared his success by giving inmates $2,000 each to start their own business. However, social media users say he owed money to Lil Baby and others in the Atlanta area. In the comments of a video showing his white Rolls Royce parked next to a private jet, an Instagram user wrote, "You riding Rolls Royces and private planes but can't pay cousin? What y'all owe her interesting?" No commas or anything here. So he went on to explain himself. People saying he was doing a lot of bad business with people, wasn't paying people that was owed. Not surprising. He was killed because he partnered with rappers, things like that. Not surprising. And here he is again giving away money to inmates. But one of the other things that I found interesting, and I'm going to see if I can find that, is that he hired criminals. That was the most interesting part. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they're one of the ones that actually ended up killing him, because he made it his mission to hire criminals, people that have been in prison. And so here's some of his reviews. Let's take a look. I'm not sure if we can read it. Let's see if we can read his reviews. Let's see. They may have taken his reviews down. Let's see. Oh, no, here they are. Oh, I didn't see the scroll bar here. Oh, so you got a 5 or 20 hours ago. So these may be sympathy reviews here. Let's go to some of the lowest rated. So a month ago, 1 star. Finally went there after months of watching and watching them online, saying how good it looked. Looks were definitely deceiving. Egg seafood rolls, blah, 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 blah. The seafood rolls tasted like they accidentally dropped the entire bottle of celery salt in the mixture and then start over. Fried rice looked old and mushy and has the nerve to be lukewarm. I love to get Master Kim up here and have him talk about making fried rice. He owns a Chinese restaurant. Like it had been pre-made and just sat for a while. Definitely not fried rice. The snapper looked dingy and old on the outside. The lobster bites were tough and chewy. Once we were told the food is final, we left it there. We didn't even take it. I felt like we just threw $120 in the wind. An insider told us that they lost their chef and a few cooks, and they're still trying to figure things out. Well, they better do it and do it fast, blah, blah, blah. That's, she posted a picture. Let's see how appealing does this look to you. Okay. All right. All right, I'll leave that up to you guys. You can tell me what you think about the food here. Let's see, cancel here. What do you think about this food here? Let me take a look. Some of the comments. Private planes and fancy cars. Oh, everyone in the world. Yes, it's all of. Yeah, I think a lot of times, a lot of people think that running a restaurant is easy. Maybe they can cook at home or something like that. Their mama could cook, or somebody has a good restaurant recipe or something for fried chicken. But cooking is a whole hell of a lot more than cooking. Clearly, the presentation is truly lacking here. And that was my first thought. Like, usually when people sit down and they want to eat their food, they want it to at least it look appealing. And eating is partly done with your eyes here. We have Master Kim up. I was hoping you'd join, Master Kim. What's up, Master Kim?
Yep. Hey, good morning, John. Yeah, I got your text earlier, but yeah, it's very stunning to see a young guy, and just like you mentioned, flossing in Boston, and it's almost like he's doing business in reverse. The image up front, and then in the back end, put these restaurants together, and yeah, he's doing it absolutely in reverse. And it's kind of a shame. I talked about this many times that the restaurant owner needs to be low key for the reason of theft and armed robbery. That's always a big part of the business,
Mm.
and a lot of the other cultures, that's forefront. They downplay. They drive around little Sienna, busted up Toyota minivans, picking up stuff from Restaurant Depot, and loaded with cash, by the way. But yeah, flossing in Boston, just like you said, paying the hourly employees, especially if these guys have caught cases. Oh my God! So there's a high probability, not all, of course, that violence is a must. These guys understand, the laws, and understand up to a point that they can rob someone with or without a pistol. And it's just a brazen group of people, man. So stunning that this guy, unfortunately got gunned down, or I'm assuming he got shot. But yeah, just horrible story. But it's not uncommon. It's not uncommon.
Are you familiar with this part of Atlanta, the old Fourth Ward?
No, no, I stay out of all that area. I stay completely out of there. And the problem with Atlanta is when they do have these type of robberies or whatnot, there's so many other options that people kind of just avoid going in those areas because there's so many other really good food options. Excuse me. I'm not that familiar with it. But a lot of the times, and I don't mean to jump ahead, not all, but a lot of younger people, especially Americans, both white and black, the biggest mistake they make is they lease out a spot with exorbitant rents, and right out the gate, they're behind the eight ball. So it doesn't matter what they do, they just can't crack that nut. And let's say they do develop some awesome menu or whatnot, they just can't crack that nut because of the high visibility. Look at me, everybody. Here I am, uh, location, which is going to be, could be $23 a square foot plus what's called triple net. They're buried in their rent,
Yeah.
so they fizzle out really quickly.
Master Kim, since you're here, when I was reading this guy's reviews, and then damn, when I saw the food, I thought about you. You remember when you talked about that Chinese restaurant that you own, that or used to own, where you talked about how the cooks were like really like on your side. They were like part of the business. They would buy the what I can't remember. It was something ginger root or something they would buy, and you have to use it in a day or so. Sprouts or something. You remember that, Master Kim? Bean sprouts or
Yeah.
something. Mhm.
Yes, absolutely. So in the Asian food industry, bean sprouts other than rice, but bean sprouts you have to buy fresh, and it has to be used within so many days because they just get mold or moisture very quick. So it's a very fickle food item. And I remember my employee, my main cook, uh, Mr. Chin, yelling at me in Mandarin and broken English of what a stupid ass I was for buying out of date bean sprouts. And
Mhm.
the way Asian culture is, we respect elderlies regardless of employment. And I respected his comments. He did not want to see me hurt the business because it was stupid. I paid $580 for 20 bags of bean sprouts from
Mhm.
Mimi's Bean Sprouts in Madison Heights, Michigan, and he just kind of cursed me out for making such a stupid business decision. And I appreciated it. I bowed my head and said, "You're right. I can't believe I was that dumb." And the reason he cursed me out because he wants to see me succeed. Because if we don't succeed, he don't get paid. So it was a very humbling learning lesson. And here's one thing I wanted to mention: during COVID, garbage collection wasn't taking place at the normal rate. It would miss a week or be delayed because of labor problems. So I had to jump in our garbage dumpster, me myself, in the garbage dumpster to compact the garbage. I wouldn't let any of my employees do it because if they hurt themselves or, but it was a Jedi trick to show that the dirtiest, nastiest job the owner is doing, which is me, or my brother. That is almost like these Jedi tricks of just showing how humble, hardworking we are. Anytime they inquired about the gross sales, because they always inquire, hey, how did we do today? Because they see how busy it is, and they just, they want,
Mhm.
they want the excitement. But I would always have to lie to them and downplay, come up with the reason of why we were slower, or why we didn't hit our peak, or we had 3 Ubers that didn't show up, so that ate into our gross profit, which wasn't true. In fact, we did double, because Uber always paid regardless if the driver didn't show up. But I'd always make up a lie to keep the employees in check, that we're barely making it. And all business owners that I know that are successful do that. And a lot of it is to avoid danger, right? Or to avoid theft. You have to throw that out there.
Yeah.
But again, we're buying pizza parties for them, giving them $100 bill out of nowhere, stuff like that. And I'm sorry, John.
No. I want to look at the comment, then I want to go to this guy's reviews. But I want you to let this marinate in your head while I'm looking at the comments, Master Kim. This guy tried to open up a franchise. There's some franchise. I'll find the article. And they told him, no, you have no experience in the restaurant business. And instead of him going to learn restaurant, get some restaurant experience, he went out and found other people that maybe slick talked him into giving them some money to open up restaurants. No experience in the culinary industry at all. But he called himself a chef. And I want you to think about that before we get to the reviews, Master Kim. I'm going to look at the comments here. Just think about that. Same thing happened to Nipsey Hussle. That is true. Another guy with no experience in business. I think he owned a restaurant too, and they killed him. Yeah, that is true, Master Kim. I don't know if you remember Nipsey Hussle, Master Kim. You may not remember.
Oh yeah, the
The LA
grinding all
rap.
my life, grinding all my life. Yeah, I
Oh,
listened to
that
that song. That
I don't
song
know what
was
song. Master Kim, you more hood than me.
no. You need to play that for your piano if you don't get
Mhm.
yeah, grinding all my life. That's the theme right there.
Before we get to these reviews again, Master Kim, I'm looking at some of these comments. Crispy Treat says, there's no possible way that anyone profits that soon in the restaurant business. Supposedly, he made $8 million the first year out the gate at a seafood bowl restaurant. When you hear that, what do you think, Master Kim?
Oh, absolutely absurd. But he knows that he's giving, those are unaudited comments. He knows he can get away with it because it's all hype, and just like you mentioned earlier, even gross sales, not backing out, the operating costs, even gross sales would an $8 million a year restaurant. I mean, it would have to be the size of like, maybe a Dollar General, like 6,000 square feet, or just it would have to do some mega seating. You would see the busyness. It would be in the paper with or without his
Yeah.
involvement. Yeah. So I highly doubt that. It's all hype, and people know that the only people making money in restaurant business is your labor bill, right? Because your labor and your food costs are going neck and neck. Maybe at the end of the rainbow, there's some margin. It's excellent cash flow. I will say that. So I think what this gentleman that got gunned down, he's messing up these stories of like these private equity groups that get together and they'll buy like 20 bankrupt Popeyes chickens, and
Mm-hmm.
but they're so liquid. They're hiring very skilled professionals, and
Mm-hmm.
they've got so much liquid that they can afford theft and everything else until they kind of rearrange everything. And they don't have a restaurant experience, but they're so liquid. They hire the seasoned restaurant people, so there is a difference. So when people hear these stories of these or golfers that buy these restaurant chains, they're misunderstanding that some of these golfers and some of these higher end celebrities are so liquid that they can afford to hire the skilled people, whereas this guy probably didn't. And this is one of the problems. I've said before that when people buy restaurants that say "Look at me" or these sexy restaurants, they get their asses kicked. Or they'll say, "Hey, people like me, and all my friends and family said that they'll support me," and they buy a business and not realizing, well, friends and family might eat at your place once every 2 weeks. That's not enough to pay the bills.
Mm-hmm. Now they won't be there. They're not going to eat every meal with you. Um,
Correct.
so let me get into some of these reviews, and then as you were talking about that, Master Kim, the triple net leases and all that, most people in the panel probably don't know what a triple net lease is. Can you explain to them what a triple net is?
Yeah, so it's almost it's a killer. So for example, triple net would be taxes, maintenance, and insurance, I think, or or if I'm not, and then CAM, I think is the same thing, but a different. And I know there's some realtors listening, so please forgive me.
Mm,
Yeah, and that could be $4 extra a square foot, and so if you're already paying $17, you add that four, and before you know it, your rent is like 10,000 a month. It's hard to shake loose of that. Now, a $10,000 a month lease, it doesn't take but a month and a half to get behind the eight ball before you're borrowing money from family relatives. And before you know it, you're going to run out of people to borrow money from, and that doesn't fix the problem. Just like we've mentioned before, let's say that you do get caught up in rent. Well, there's something wrong with your business will. And a lot of it is that the owner isn't there. A lot of it is that the owner doesn't understand how to price their menu and all that other googly gah. Restaurants are available all over the place. You can scoop a closed restaurant for almost nothing, meaning, you just pay the lease rate, but these people just fizzle out. The people that do very well in this are the minorities because they do have all their family members work in the kitchen and kind of controlling those dollars and depth. And because keep in mind, Americans in the kitchen will walk out with a case of ribs or chicken. That happens all the time while they're taking out the garbage. They'll throw a case of chicken breast or a case of ribs, not all, of course.
mhm.
And they can
Enough to
rob
fill
these
it though. Enough for you to fill
enough to kill. Oh, when it comes to bags of frozen as the tan people say, shrimp, dog, we'll go out of business with people trying to steal bags of frozen shrimp. It happens all the time, all
it.
the time.
Mm, mhm.
Even our best Chinese cooks would steal bags of shrimp. That was the only thing that we had to watch out for because shrimp is almost like money. It's like cash money. Everyone
Really?
loves shrimp. Yeah. Is that,
You
is
know,
that weird?
yeah, I didn't grow up on the water or anything, so shrimp wasn't a big thing to me. Master Kim, as we look through these reviews, I'm not sure if you can see them. I'm going to blow them up. Just make sure you can see them. Because when you were talking about your restaurant and your cook and how important it is to have a Chinese cook to work that wok, I think you told me you tried to work the wok and, to hold that wok, it's very heavy, where you got it loaded up with food. You remember talking about that?
Yeah, yeah. So if you can imagine a sleepwalker, how sleepwalkers got their arms extended in front of them. So
Mm-hmm.
you're holding your arms directly out in front of you, and you're holding these two utensils. One is kind of equivalent to a two separate spatulas, and you're constantly having to mix the wok, otherwise the ingredients are going to burn. I was so when we did go through different transitions during COVID, when all our Chinese cooks quit during COVID, we hired a bunch of, I'm going to call scabs, all the white
Mm-hmm.
boys that
Mm-hmm.
worked for Applebee's and TGI Fridays, and they had never. So we had a bunch of seasoned cooks that worked for these other restaurants, but they didn't know how to use a wok. So although I could barely use a wok, I had to teach these people how to use a wok. But it got to the point that it's so difficult that I would put on mechanic gloves, like you get at Home Depot, those black
Mm-hmm.
leather
Right.
gloves for
Mm-hmm.
like $26. I would put those on and I would use my hands instead of the utensils to mash the food, especially the fried rice, because the wok it got so, and the Chinese cooks would laugh seeing me do it, but it worked for me because you could touch heat. And then I switched over to the surgical gloves eventually.
But surgical gloves will let heat transfer, right?
Yeah, but with the fried rice, it was good to mash it. I just
Mm,
wasn't good enough with the tools or
mm,
strong enough in my shoulders. It's weird. It's very strange. It's almost like these Asian people, and mind you, I'm Asian, but their
mm-hmm.
bodies are built different. They can like
Good for
stand
that.
all day, almost leaning like a bow. It's strange. They're
Mm-hmm.
just they're like beasts. They're like hard work beasts. One thing I will say with the Chinese cooks is I never messed with their money, but they never asked for a dollar more. They never said, "Hey, we were slammed and I worked double duty," or I did all this extra shit. They never asked for a dollar more. It was super strange. That they when don't mess with their money and we're going to get along well. And that's exactly the way it was. There were days that I did mess with their money because, majority of the transactions are credit cards. I needed to pay them cash.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there were odd situations that I could not go to ATMs only let you kick out so much cash, right? So I have to plan during the week to have their pay ready. There were times that I just didn't have the physical cash and I felt extremely embarrassed. I felt ashamed of myself because I don't mess with their money. And I would go out of my way. I'd pay them extra. I would do extra things to show them that I'm very disappointed in myself, because it gets into all that silly honor shit that Dick Crack has mentioned before too. But yeah, it's almost an extended Jedi trick is what it is. Whether I legitimately felt bad or not, I show them the respect by picking up a bunch of and Chinese people eat a bunch of pork shit that us Americans won't eat. So there's specialty pork that my mother would pick up for them because these guys would eat everything off a pig, everything, figuratively speaking, of course.
Mhm.
And they would cook their own little team dinner, towards 8 o'clock after the dinner rush is over. And sometimes I would join them, or sometimes I'd put the stuff on my plate, go into my office and dump it in the garbage because I was like, man, I don't know what this.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, because these Chinese, Asian countries are generally poor, so they'll eat shit
Yeah.
that as Americans. Now, mind you, it's not like they're eating. Maybe I'm over exaggerating is what I'm doing, but they'll, if we've got excellent choice cut meats because we're a restaurant, but they would prefer to use um, a lot of the stuff that just. I mean, I don't know. They had access to it. They
Awful
could
or
have
something
made.
like that, right?
Yeah, they loved just different cuts of stuff. It was super strange. But these guys were very. Anytime I highly recommend that everyone, if they have a restaurant, that they get a Chinese cook in there. Doesn't matter what fair food you guys get, or Mexican cooks. Chinese cooks know how to cut beef a certain way because when you buy beef, you have to cut the veins out and the tendons out that people choke on. That our Chinese cooks knew that solid because they knew how to cut those veins out and save the meat versus an American would chop off like almost an ounce of meat just to get that an artery out, and that's a huge,
That's
waste of
a lot
food.
of meat, yeah.
Yeah. So these
Master Kim,
Chinese people, yep.
can you read the highlighted portion of this review and analyze it from the standpoint of someone who owns a Chinese restaurant?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking in the chat. My apologies. Okay, so let me figure out how to. Okay, we had egg rolls, lobster bites over shrimp, fried rice, and I'm sorry, I got it. Fried rice were definitely deceiving. We had a seafood egg roll, lobster bites over shrimp, fried rice, and fried rice snapper with shrimp fried rice. Seafood egg rolls tasted like they accidentally dropped the entire uh, bottle of celery, salt over the mixture. Didn't start over. Fried rice looked old and musty and has reserved lukewarm. Pre-made. Definitely not fried rice. So, and this is that guy's
Restaurant. These are some of
restaurant.
these reviews,
Yeah,
yeah. Mhm.
yeah. So all that is which is a shame because every ingredient there is very expensive. And ideally, they want to time it and put things in a warmer so everything's brought out hot. If not, they got to boost it in a microwave. And the boost term is at the fast food industry of like industrial 3,000 watt microwave. So what that is I think it's just sloppiness, laziness, and didn't care that because those are all very expensive food items and they needed to be brought out hot. And that's all that is. They just took it for granted and just sloppy cooks. That's all that is.
You remember you mentioned something about your cooks knew how to do something with the egg rolls to save some money,
Oh,
right? You remember that?
yeah. So like when the cooks cut chicken, the cooks will certain industries there's painstaking things that are done once a week, and when it's done it's like, oh shit, it's time to boil the peanuts, or it's time to make the egg rolls. And in the Chinese restaurant industry, it's, oh shit, it's time to make the egg rolls because we got to make the egg roll guts, which is the filling. Well, that's what my brother and I call it. So so the reason we get all of the bean sprouts is primarily for the egg roll guts because egg rolls are primarily bean sprouts and whatnot. So we'll get like the biggest tub you can get at like at like a Walmart, the big plastic tub, like maybe a 30-gallon tub. You would think we'd use like a restaurant grade stainless steel till we do, but when you're doing high volume egg rolls, you just can't get a steel drum or pan big enough. So we'll dump all, when we cut the chicken up, we'll cut off all the chicken fat, and majority of the chicken, not necessarily the fat, because there's not a lot of fat on the chicken breast, but all that will chop up, we'll mince it up good and throw it into the egg rolls. The egg roll with the seasoning and everything else with the beans. So a lot of the egg rolls that do have chicken in it, yeah, it might be some parts of chicken breast, but a lot of it is just kind of, the
I think we lost you, Master Kim.
the
Are you still
guts and yep.
there? Okay,
We
good.
make the yes. Can you hear me? We
Yeah.
make the chicken guts in bulk, and it's an art form, and it takes Asian people. I've yet to see other people with that type of steady hand. Maybe Norwegians that do artwork or something like that, but it takes a very steady hand. You dip your hands in egg yolk, and it's almost like making origami, making the egg rolls and making the mundu or the pot stickers, the artwork and the craftsmanship. It's absolutely stunning to see our cooks make egg rolls or any of the pastries that require a delicate hand. It's kind of funny. You would think that there is just a better way, like a machine to do it, but no, it's all made by hand, and it's actually kind of stunning. Spring rolls, if you guys ever order spring rolls take an extra level of care because you're not using the regular wrapping, and that is there's every business would have one person that knows how to do the spring rolls, and that guy's wife. And it's funny because they have to do it themselves. So anytime you see spring rolls, even at Panda Express, they always cost more, and the reason why, because it's a delicate making. You would never think that at a fast food drive-through restaurant like Panda Express that they're handmade, or maybe handmade in a huge assembly line for Panda Express. But yeah, it's weird. The agileness, and there's a better word that I just can't think right now. But yeah, who would ever think that in a modern age that there isn't a more industrial way to make egg rolls and all of these kind of Asian pastries?
So, do you think this guy with no restaurant experience knew how to make an egg roll, or do you think he was just buying them prepackaged and just microwaving?
Yeah, he was buying them most likely prepackaged because, and that means his food cost is like double. It's literally double when you're
Mm.
buying the frozen stuff. And a lot of the time from frozen stuff, it's hard to gauge frozen um to fully cooked in the middle, because the egg rolls for a lot of the stuff is already pre-cooked to a degree, but it's very difficult if you're using a lot of frozen foods. By the time they cook it and bring it out, it's not piping hot because it wasn't on. It didn't come. Uh, they didn't leave it in the deep fryer long enough. So yeah, there is some problems when you're using a lot of frozen food, and especially with a lot of the seafoods. There's a mixture of using fresh seafoods and frozen seafoods. It's just the way the industry is.
Master Kim, I'm looking through the reviews, and there seems to be a lot of reviews on service. Before I show you bad reviews on service, before I show you his restaurants, if you haven't seen them already, why do most restaurants, small restaurants like this, have such bad service?
Good question. A lot of it is when the owner isn't there because it's not coming from the owners. Because even this guy who was probably pulling up in a Bentley, I'm sure he's not going to allow a dissatisfied customer to walk out. So it's the owners aren't there. The owners just aren't there, or they're not. They're most certainly not serving tables, which we've all been there, where owners have served tables. They're coming out, they're comping bills, they're giving you free stuff. And when my brother and I are at the restaurant, we're constantly giving free stuff out. We're constantly doing that, not because we've done anything wrong, but we're just trying to keep the goodwill at maximum. We're telling all the customers, give us a like on Facebook. We're telling them, all of the social media stuff. We're doing all that stuff, and customers love it. They love all that stuff. But I would say, when, just like any business, when the owners aren't there, because the owner knows how much he paid for that lobster tail, he is not going to let it be served. Or if they're out of menu items, the owner is the one that's going to be gangster enough to jump in his little minivan, drive to a Kroger's, buy. There's a steak that we have on our menu. It's called a Hong Kong steak, and it was a certain cut of steak that anytime customers ordered it, the cooks would go bananas in the kitchen, cussing in Mandarin, because we just had horrible inventory with that steak. So I'd literally take off my no with my apron on, I'd run across to the Kroger, buy that cut of steak, come back, just in enough time for us to cook it, get it ready for the customer. And but the margin was so great on it that it was worth
Really?
the embarrassment. Yeah, can you imagine seeing, I'm a cook
Yeah.
wearing my, and I wore the apron and everything because, I'm in the kitchen, I'm in the front, I'm in the back, I'm jumping in the garbage, I'm doing everything. I look a wreck, but I could care less. In fact, there were times I've done deliveries with flour on my wearing an apron, flour on my shirt, and customers were surprised to see the owner or they probably didn't even know I was a cook or not the cook delivering their food. It actually added to the authenticity of the crazy looking cook showing up and delivering the food. It was amazing.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, I can see that, yeah.
the funny thing in Michigan is legalized marijuana. So I've had people ask me, do I smoke? And it was so funny because they wanted to probably give me bud as a tip, right? And I was like, no,
Uh-huh.
sir, sorry about that. And then they'd have to give cash out. It was a very good experience. And the reason why I delivered as well is because of, COVID and DoorDash wouldn't show up and everything. So we did everything from running it to cooking to, cleaning, constantly cleaning. Um, and whatnot.
Would you hire felons in a cash-like business like a restaurant?
I would say yes in the kitchen, but solely just in the kitchen, because some of them do know how to cook and they've got cooking experience. But generally speaking, they would not touch the register. They would never have any reason to touch the register, and we kept a close eye on them. So a lot of the guys that did the scabs that took over until I could get the Chinese cooks back, a lot of them probably did catch. There's a lot of felons that aren't violent, right? They just three DUIs in a row, stuff like that. So
Mhm.
those type of Gumby dummies, yeah, we'll hire in a heartbeat, right? Because they're, I mean, we've had, I will say this that the white people we've had work for us were a little bit different. Their felonies tend to be more alcohol or drug abuse related, not like
Mhm.
they broke into, so the ones that we had just had more substance abuse problems, which is a problem because after payday, you may not see them for a day or two until they run out
Yeah,
of money.
yeah, yeah,
No different than the people you've hired to
yeah,
do side work for you. They're
yeah.
good, but then as soon as they you
Soon
pay
as you
them,
pay 'em,
they're gone a while.
one day at a time. Master Kim, so if you can see my screen here, let me make sure you can see it. You'll see that this guy apparently he started out opening up restaurants in 2020. And by 2024, he had designs on opening up 7 new restaurants. You've been in the restaurant business. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I will say from a lender standpoint, it's hard for him to probably get funding because he's doing too much too soon. Banks like to see cash flows rolling in. So the other day on your podcast, I mentioned a couple different banks. I mentioned Cap City Finance. I mentioned Ascentium. So why wouldn't I just mention Cap City? So because a lot of business owners have to take a loan with one bank, cool their jets because I can't go back to the fountain again for another 6 months or maybe a year later because they want to see that loan seasoned and cash flow, right? So I have to go to another bank to get a loan for another business or another reason. So even financially from a banks, they don't like to see that much growth from an independent, borrowing so much. And and here's another thing that we've talked about before. This guy would be successful if he went into some of these closed businesses that have already got the infrastructure already in place, the hood exhaust, the
Mhm.
fixtures, everything, and then did his little crab oil or whatever type of restaurant, some of these closed businesses. But no, some of these guys want to pick a specific location and build out new, and they end up losing their ass on that. And hey,
Do you think that's because of vanity? They want a specific look and feel more than they want to be profitable?
that's exactly right. And they're just not doing the math. If they do the math, they realize that their days are numbered trying to crack that rent. Their days are absolutely numbered. And that's something for all the listeners. If there's any doesn't matter where you live in the United States, if you see some hype ass restaurant and you're scratching your head and be like, how could they afford to have done all this? You need to just be watching them because by 2.5 years, 3 years, they'll be out of business. And that's a good opportunity for you to step in and lease the place out because you get to lease out the whole restaurant assets for nothing. I mean, that's included in the physical lease majority of the time. And then
Listen,
you could be
go
the
ahead.
second dummy to cycle out.
You don't want to be the first, that's for sure.
Yes.
Let's take a look at this at some of his restaurants. There was something that just popped out to me almost immediately. I want to know what you thought. So here's my thought, Mr. Kim. Um, a couple of those places look really nice. Like they had put some money into them, to the development of them. And I think one of the bigger issues is that the places usually are so big they can't staff them effectively. So you walk into a restaurant, it's oversized. Half of the place is not being used. They move the tables over into one little section or two sections so they can properly service it, or they're not even servicing the rest of the restaurant. And it just feels choppy. It feels empty in a way. And that big of a restaurant, as you're saying, all the rent and the taxes and all that that would come along with a big restaurant like that, it's hard to manage and it's expensive. And just the build out on these places just looks to be so exorbitant for the amount of money that they're going to make. It just seemed like a vanity project to me. What were your thoughts, Mr. Kim?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If you don't mind, if I could add to that, the way a lot of these loans are also is they work on a draw system. So let's say that you did get a $300,000 loan or $400,000 loan, they're not going to fund that directly to your bank account, right? They'll let you draw on it as the work and the contractors submit invoices. So what happens is this guy might spend all the money on the build out and there's no money for cash flow because also the way the loan is structured, he it's he doesn't get to keep the remainder of the 400,000 that he should have kept at least a buck 50 for operational cash flow because it might take 6 months for this thing to build up and pop, in between all the because keep in mind when a restaurant first opens up, they might have to temporarily close because the fire inspector noticed something wrong and they got to remove their smoke alarm, all that goofy stuff that, you know, restaurants can open and temporarily have to close for a week because that could destroy everything that you just ramped up, especially all your food that's going to go wasted because now it's a week out of it's a week older now sitting there. So a lot of these build out loans do not allow the owner to keep any of the physical liquidity that might be left. So he's having to use money that's coming out of the cash uh the cash flow of the customers walking in. So that's what really harms a lot of people is they use all of their money on the build out and they don't have any money set aside to fund the cash flow for the first 3 months. And I'm not blaming this. It happens to a lot of people, by the way. But that's one of the biggest problems is they spend all their. It's like you only get so many bullets in your gun, and they shoot their biggest bullet on the build out.
As I say, I think it's partly vanity. Someone said I should Google another seafood restaurant in Atlanta. It has about similar reviews, but it looks like just a regular old building. Maybe it was a restaurant before and they bought the building, probably with all the equipment in there, and they just focus on the food.
So, John, do you mind if I make a comment real quick?
Sure.
So, although you've shown, African American businesses, keep in mind Jamaicans, Haitians, Trinidadians, or people from Barbados. These people get along their businesses pop.
Hmm.
So there, and a lot of it is the African American guy. Again, I think he can throw in the towel quicker because he don't need that level of stress. He could be like, screw this. If I, because sometimes people do some gangster stuff, just like you and I spoke about before, to keep a failing business alive. A
Hmm.
black African American will say, "This isn't worth it. Let me go get that job working for Goldman Sachs, or let me go," versus someone from Barbados or Trinidad. They're all in. They must make it work. So these other cultures operate like the Hindu Indian Patels and the Koreans. Whether it be the Susus, because keep in mind, people will try to avoid those susus if they can, but uh, but they do have access to that. So the reason I'm trying to say it is, if they're of one of those immigrant communities that I mentioned, they will succeed eventually, because there is. Oh, so like that station, that restaurant you were at the other day with the guy that was Jamaican, right? Perfect
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
example.
Right,
So
right.
to an American, he looks like an American, but he's
Hmm.
not. I mean, I'm not trying to besmirch him. He is an
Right, right. No,
American, but
yeah, yeah.
he's he's got the business culture of Jamaican, so he
Right,
will succeed
right. Hmm.
because of the whole family is going to click up and make sure. Because keep in mind, if these guys fail, they've cross collateralized, they've personally guaranteed a lot of their stuff. They could be coming after the mother's home that
Yeah.
might be in the owner's name, right? So the price is high if these guys don't succeed. And not that you've asked any differences in the cultures at all. I just
No,
wanted to
no.
throw that out there, that if this is American, although these are African Americans that you're showing, whether he's a hillbilly white guy, that they're much better just at some point, just walking away and taking the legal hit, because SBA is going to sue them as well, right?
Oh,
They're
really?
going to, yeah, they're going to file bankruptcy, or not SBA, but the local bank that they got the SBA through is going to, bring a claim against them, obviously, and then the American would file Chapter 7 and whatnot, and learn his lesson about capitalism
And never tried again.
and never try it again. And that's when you got the Mexican coming in, taking over that closed ass restaurant and just opening up some taco or some Brazilian place on blast, because homie, he's the one that remodeled the place. They're gonna leave everything there. And I mean, the banks might come and try to take some of the furniture assets, but the counters, the flooring, all that ceramic tile. I bet if you go in all of his bathrooms, they probably got ceramic tile everywhere.
Mhm.
Even the light switch is probably carved out of ceramic tile.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, the Mexican that comes in is just going to mop up, put up his little name, and
Hmm.
and just be balling it.
In a building kind of like this, like if you were going to get in a restaurant, this would seem to be the type of building you would want. It's already
Yes.
there. Probably got all the equipment in there. You don't have to do much of a build out. It may not be glamorous, but you can work your way up from here.
Yeah, and that would be perfect for a seafood fry and all that, the fries and all that stuff. And that's what
Mhm.
that man, that's what yeah, and you're right. People get these businesses that are more ego driven when they need to be opening up these, because they're gonna sell a lot more $13
Mhm.
carry outs than they are, $32 lobster dishes.
What do you think about the hookah business, Master Kim? Do you know anything about it?
Yeah, I don't know a lot about that. I know that the Arabs had, because Arabs that are Muslim, that don't drink, they're big into the hookahs and all. And I smoke hookah when I can. I love it. Have you ever smoked hookah?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Man, you get you get high, you get like a
Yeah.
little head rush. It's stunning, sitting down smoking this fruity stuff, and you stand up, you're like, whoa. I love the hookah business. I thought the hookah business was wink wink drug paraphernalia stuff too, because they also sell bongs and all that stuff. but
Mhm.
but because of the legalization of marijuana in a lot of states, I don't think that they've got the same niche that they used to, because now you can order stuff online. But I think these hookah shops were kind of like a quasi drug paraphernalia outfit. But I
Well,
could be wrong.
I was talking about the ones that like the hookah bars.
Okay, that you sit down, can drink coffee and food and hookah. I love those. Those are dope.
I just find them like it doesn't really mix. Like like a seafood restaurant with hookah just
Oh,
sound weird.
yeah, yeah. So I've seen hookah bars with like light foods, like finger
Right,
foods,
right,
right? Because
right.
keep in mind, you need to turn those seats. You don't want people there sitting too long. If you're smoking hookah and shit like that, oh my God, you're losing money, because you need people to not only leave the property but take they got to free up a parking spot.
Oh yeah.
Um, yeah. So yeah, I guess especially in a high rent area, They need to do everything they can to pleasantly get these people to get out of there.
You know, I've had tenants. Or I have a tenant that works in a like a smoke shop, and they have a hookah bar restaurant. And you're right about the Arabs; they pretty much dominate those places. I think they get a lot of it, whatever the tobacco, whatever. He was telling me where they get it from. Big depots, kind of like the housing. But I think they're very profitable. And so when I read that the guy was having a hookah lounge at a seafood place, I'm figuring he's doing it more or less for the, trying to make some quick money, make the restaurant profitable because the hookahs are pretty profitable. Or so I've heard.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. That's interesting. I'm gonna Google that. But yeah, it seems like when the Arabs do business, it's almost like they got their niche. They understand the math of the business. Hey, Mike, if I got 52 parking spots, all I need is 10 people smoking hookah a day. Blah blah. The Arabs, a lot of cultures, they do the business math, whether it be car wash, whether it be the restaurant industry, and they understand that math solid, just like you. You look at the value of your property, you look at the net income you get from that. Last night, someone had mentioned, I think, Dennison had mentioned John Galt should, just sell his properties and just, live high and not deal with all the stress, not realizing that and he was just saying it from like an investor standpoint because you could trade options and just have clean
Yeah.
money.
Yeah.
And I think Get Crack had said, "Oh, well, you enjoy it, you're having fun," not to mention the immense cash velocity.
Yeah.
Although you got your tenants that pay on time, you still got people paying the middle of the month,
Yeah.
right?
All
You
day,
just
every day.
you
Like
get
every day.
it's like having a cash app that never stops, that cash velocity. And you and I both know that although it's not net money, it's still the cash velocity.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you get a pesky property tax bill that you forgot or whatever, bam, there you go. You
Hmm.
know, um, so yeah, these um, you know, the the guy with the high rent restaurants, if you look at, well, why aren't the Patels leasing out these type of spaces, or the Chinese or the Koreans or the Vietnamese? Why aren't they opening? That says something. The only people that can lease out at that level are wealthy white and black people, the small hats. And the other day, you had mentioned about some Iranians that were, detective out of Mississippi, right? These Iranians, believe, in my opinion, I could be wrong, they're almost close to the small hats. The Iranians have migrated out of small business. They're almost a couple steps ahead of the Arabs. Because keep in mind, Iranians are not Arabs, although they're in the Arab regions. So the Turks, the Iranians, and the small hats are almost like a higher caliber of Middle Easterners, for lack of a better word. They're like kind of many steps up. And again, I'm just saying my perspective. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
So
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Hmm.
the Iranians that I've met are in California, and if they do own gas stations and liquor stores, they're like high end. They're in fact, the Iranians in this country, that they're so successful, average Americans won't see them. They're not out and about selling the fake Gucci sunglasses at the flea market. That's us Koreans and Vietnamese and Laotians and Arabs that are doing that kind of. Even the Arabs are too good for the lower end retail stuff. So the point I'm trying to mention is you don't see these other cultures leasing out these high end properties, and that says something because
Hmm.
the economic, and it isn't. Yes, we're more dorkier and maybe can't appeal to like the baller Americans. So that's also important to say. Versus, so when these white and black Americans lease out these high end properties, it's almost stunning because they do cycle out fast. So the guy that got turned down to the franchise, that gets kudos to the franchise. That the franchise, they don't, the franchise, like Bojangles don't want four closed Bojangles. They just don't want it.
Hmm.
Yes, they want to see four brand new Bojangles go up, but they don't want to see these puppies shut down even for half a day, because of labor. They would much rather turn away their money than, because if they see a shuttered location, the first thing the franchise prospective franchisee is going to think is, oh, you must not be able to make money at a Bojangles, right? Not realizing that it's the franchisee and lack of restaurant experience.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You got to keep the price in the air by making, by choosing, choosing the best candidates to have a franchise. That does make sense, because how do you sell the next one if the one around the corner is closed? Yeah, I never thought about it like that, but yeah, that does make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And then, even the landlords, for this guy to come in and pay it's almost kind of like they're responsible too. They should have known that this flighty plan of a guy with no experience trying to lease out this, there's responsibility on the landlord too. But, legally they're not obligated to, I mean, it's their property. They can lease to who they want, but it's almost, so that's why majority, like these town centers that you see everywhere, good luck being a startup trying to lease out from them. They won't even mess with you because they know whatever that percentage is on year one, 70% of the businesses fizzle out in 3 years, and so, but yeah, because they do their due diligence and they don't want a tenant coming in there, failing as well. Same thing.
Mexican, the reason why I did this show was there seems to be a lot of kind of fake wealth in Atlanta. Have you noticed any of that yourself?
Yeah, just on the streams and whatnot, because Atlanta is a big city to do it in, because everyone knows of the properties and a lot of the celebrity status. So I think it's because it's more of an Atlanta thing, and also the chocolate city, as they say. And I just think that the audience plays into all that stuff and doesn't stand back and say, how could a guy with no experience who's driving a Lambo or a McLaren conduct business? Because that's not what we see out there. We don't see people, we don't see people driving around in the middle of the business day in McLarens conducting business. That just doesn't exist
It's
from
just
what it just, and here's the funny thing, John, people that have got those high end cars. When do they drive them? On, maybe on a nice Sunday with their wife, occasionally, or girlfriend, but that's not their getting around town car. Um,
here's
so
another
yes,
here's another one that I read, Master Kim. That, again, it's along the same lines. Young man, somewhat flamboyant. It doesn't look like he's put in any work, to build a foundation to run a business. He's just, a businessman. Um, and I'm not sure what kind of business he drives, but he was driving like a Range Rover, in high end car, and yeah, I've never had a high end car, and you see these young people, they want to be in business. You can see them here, and they put such a big target on themselves by driving a high end car because people just going to assume you have money. And if you're riding around in some of these inner cities and you're conducting business kind of publicly, and you're driving, these nice cars, you can see him here in a tuxedo. They say he was the life of the party. He likes to be out, probably likes to be seen, things like that. The target on your back is so big. It's like business 101. You just can't do these things. Would
yeah,
you agree?
John. Just real quick, Get Crack had asked if you could read his
Imperious,
post.
honey.
Huh?
Is it Imperious is supposed to
Oh no, Get Crack.
get cracks? Let's see. There's a lot of blacks driving nice cars in Atlanta, living in apartments with roommates and eating fast food. Fast food from Uber, DoorDash or something.
And and
There's Go ahead.
and a lot of it is, and I hate to say it, but you just kind of hinted to it. A lot of these businessmen are not married, and they're out there chasing that P, and that's
Yeah.
affected them acting like a damn businessman. So they're trying to floss, they're trying to look sexy, and that's what's harming them. Versus looking like Humpty Dumpty. I mean, that's the way to roll, is looking like Humpty Dumpty as the business owner. So you just look unassuming, because keep in mind, and John, please forgive me, and I'm not anyway trying to draw the wrath of the IRS. Most people that are balling it, I know a guy that owns 7 Dairy Queens. He don't want people to see his face,
Mm,
right? He'll never see him. He's Because these guys are always guarded of attracting Department of Revenue
mm,
attention, whether it be the IRS or the state treasury. They're all, and they could be doing everything legit. They just
mhm.
don't want to.
You know what
The
the problem?
wealthy, the wealthiest of Americans stay off the radar and don't floss and boss because they're constantly in fear of being audited.
Yeah, yeah. You just don't want the problems, that a day or two of riding around in that Bentley or Mercedes, the headaches that will come downstream. You can just imagine it. You just don't want it, particularly when you've worked so hard to build what you've gotten, and just to show off and get it all taken away from you. you a real businessman is just not going to do that. And
Correct.
here's an article with this guy. Young man, graduate Morehouse College. He's married, Mexican, but again, you driving a fancy car, living a public life, quasi public life, driving a brand new, expensive luxury car. And he created a company called a viral clothing brand called Been Broke Before. So he's advertising that he's not broke anymore. And I just don't think. Do you remember the Tressa, the lady that owned the beauty salon? Remember when she came on the show?
Yes.
Do
Yes.
you remember when she was so surprised that the person who was out sweeping the parking lot owned the store? You remember that?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
She totally
Yes.
amazing. And she couldn't believe why. She couldn't believe that man owned the store and didn't understand why he was out there sweeping the parking lot. But who's going to come up and rob the man sweeping the parking lot if you don't know he's the owner?
Now, here's John. Do you mind if I do a
Sure.
little bit of pushback? The only reason to floss and boss, right, would be to hook these gullible suburbanites to
Mm-hmm.
partner up with that have access to their little Flagstar bank. But that would be the only,
Mm-hmm.
or to pimp like I said on Sunday, he takes his wife out for a lovely little cruise in the McLaren. But to try to rub elbows with very high level people at the country club or some high level event, even they would think he's kind of retarded, but they would see that McLaren and I guess what I'm trying to say is there is a reason to probably look high level, but it would be to connect with people at a different level. I mean, you're kind of trying to reach up to the next level, and this is where the oxymoron piece comes in. Although we just mentioned wealthy people don't floss and boss, but there's a way to finesse it so that you can go beg money to them. So, for example, I'm using Get Crack is the proxy example that I use a lot. He's higher up on the borrow money food chain in the Asian community. So with Get Crack, for me in person, I'll look like a shiny penny, right? I'll look like I got it going on, because the
Right.
shoe will drop that there's going to be a plaza near me that's in bank receivership, and I need to borrow $250,000 for 90 days, and I'll let him put first position on all my properties. So the point, and this is a completely made up story, but with Get Crack, I would have to come super polished, stealth polished, I guess, because then he's going to say, Mike, I've got that liquid, but it might be spoken for, but I can get it from a guy over in San Diego. Bam. When can you fly in? He needs to see you face to face. It's on, he might ask me to bring my bank statements with me. He might ask something, but the point being is that I do understand to floss and boss for people up at the upper levels, because
Yeah.
with them, they will take you to different levels. So I do understand that faking it, because there's a benefit to come out of it. But
Mm-hmm.
faking it in front of your employees and the customers, that's going to kill your business.
Might get you killed.
And jeopardize yours. You're exactly right. And John, what I was trying to say about trying to look more polished when people are more important than you. That's a fact. So you need to look like Jamie Dimon says.
Mm-hmm.
There are people that their time, so that's why when people get on your podcast and say stupid shit, it derails the conversation, because when you got guys like Dennison, Get Crack, and Rashu on there, their time is so important. I'm eating up every second that they're on there. So when people come up and say stupid shit or detract it from the financial aspect, it's almost a sin. And again, I'm not saying anyone in particular, but
I understand what I'm saying. Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's almost like that dialogue needs to be disallowed, because there's some extremely important financial advice. Just hearing Dennison, Rashu, and Get Crack for me talk amongst themselves, And if I ask a dumb question, then forgive me, but because it's all the tidbits. No, I don't do that. I follow this. Oh, I mean, just like Get Crack mentioned about George Powell, going to give a speech and he's counting the days before it happens. He says that the market's going to dip. Anyone and their grandmother obviously needs to listen to the speech, but be ready to buy, get their gunpowder ready, meaning the grow dust, meaning the dry money, meaning the dry powder. And those are all AKA terms that Rashu uses for meaning cheddar. Get your money ready, your investment money.
Master Kim, I was talking to HB the other day, and he said, "Man, I've been taking Get Crack's advice. Yeah, I made some money investing in one of those stocks, a mining stock or something like that." So I do agree with you in that there are some people that come on here and they want to hear Denizen and Get Crack and Rashid talk about making money. They may want to hear you if they have a business, how to squeeze the last little, you know, percentage out of the margins, or where to go get loans and things like that. So it is good that you guys are willing to come up here. Not charging any consultation fee, anything like that. So yeah, it's good if we keep the debate
Oh
concise.
yeah, yeah, absolutely, John. Did I ever tell you my loser Escalade story?
No,
Oh, you do you mind if I
sure, go
okay,
ahead.
so the reason I think I know a lot about small businesses because John knows he may not know my Escalade story, but he knows my loserdom.
Yeah.
I am a firm believer that just like a high batting average, you're like a couple strikes away from being a loser, that having positive cash flows come in, making money, losing money are all within the same breath of a lot of business owners, especially if you own multiple businesses. So I feel like a winner and a big fat loser all at the same time.
Hmm.
So um, I I had two gas stations in Michigan, and the county was widening the road in front of one of my gas stations. So that decimated my business because the benchmark consumer that businesses use is the Karen, the 30 middle-aged mom, soccer mom Karen, white, black, green, it doesn't matter. Those are the dollars that everyone wants because they're the ones that are picking and choosing where to buy dinner, yada, yada, yada. So as soon as you start having construction and cones in front of a business, that destroys your business, right? Because Karens don't want to pull in, they're unsure, they don't want to fall into a ditch or whatever, right? So one of my businesses was effectively harmed all summer. So then I would try to rely on the cash flow of my other store. The point being is remember what we spoke about that the businesses make money, the house doesn't. So I lived in an apartment. My wife and kids lived in England, London, England at the time, and because my wife is a British citizen, and I was running the stores and I was living in an apartment. I thought nothing of it. But my businesses were failing, and I did exactly what that guy did. But I went and bought a brand new dope ass Escalade, the diamond white. Um, and I used Ford Motor Credit to finance me because that red carpet lease they made it just easy to roll all the negative equity in and just keep the dummy loan going on. So I financed a brand new Cadillac through Ford Motor, which is odd, very odd.
Hmm.
Um, and because I was driving around to pretend I looked successful when I was absolutely failing. Oh, and I was on a land contract that was going to balloon. Remember, I told you, John, I had a land contract that I could not perform on. So
Hmm.
I was about to lose everything in a matter of calendar days. So I went and bought this Escalade to fake the funk to do the opposite of everything that we speak about. And I knew better, but I wanted to fool everyone that I wasn't failing in business. Um, and I had my wife and kids come to the United States into my apartment. We were going to buy a house. And I was like, oh, let me throw a pinstripe on the Escalade. So I had this guy come to the apartment complex, and it was a Mexican gentleman. And I met him out in the parking lot and to pay him. And he shook his head. He looked at the Escalade, looked at me, and looked at the apartment. And he goes, son, he goes, don't be offended. I'm not trying to hurt you, son. He goes, you need to buy a house. It was the funniest thing because he saw that I was faking the funk. Because who lives in an apartment driving a $60,000 Escalade
Uh,
or whatever they
yeah,
were at the time,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so the reason I mentioned this, sometimes you could be too busy being dumb and stupid. You're in your own, you drank your own Kool-Aid
Mm,
and don't realize how stupid you are. And then, John, you also know that I did other stuff to help
mhm,
keep these businesses alive that one day I'll share with everyone. And I did keep them alive. I did put, I did sign over my land contract over to my mother, and she closed on the property. Uh, and I felt like a 7-year-old kid, but I just wasn't as successful as my mother. Although I was born here, I didn't have the same work ethics. I didn't have the same access to the Korean people for the gay, to borrow money. And again, second generation thought that they could do better than their mother. I got my ass kicked. I was able to sell all the businesses, sell the land contract. So I did walk away with a little chunk of change to go buy a house for my wife and kids and I, to get the mortgage, I guess.
mhm.
But yeah, so I've learned the hard way. I've got restaurants for free. I got a Mexican restaurant completely for free because the owner got jammed up at the border, couldn't get back in. I've owned tanning salons. So
But
I've
how did
owned
you
all
get it
these.
for free? How did you get it for free, Mexican?
Oh, because I knew the landlord. Um,
Mm,
yeah, I knew the landlord, and I had no clue that his property was in foreclosure because this is when banks were calling on their commercial notes.
mhm,
When the FDIC went around and kind of calling or putting, going auditing banks back in 2008, 9, and 10. And so the guy's property was in foreclosure. I didn't know. There was a very successful Mexican restaurant that closed suddenly. And it was because the owner went to Mexico and couldn't get back into the country. He was
mhm,
illegal or something like that.
mhm.
And so I took over the restaurant for beans for almost nothing. I called it Gus's Mexican restaurant. And I was doing dishes, not nonstop. The only people that made money were the cooks and the food bill. And it was me and a college buddy, and it was giving free food all day long as well. My wife and kids did not want me to bring home any more chimichangas. It was funny, but it
Yeah.
was a great experience. And again, the Mexicans too. I crewed up with a whole group of Mexican cooks, and they brought their brothers and sisters to come work, and they were just a very disciplined group of people as well. So it was a very good relationship. We had to close it because the guys building his plaza went into foreclosure. So what else have I owned? I've owned a pizzeria that my brother and I developed called Pro Pizza. It's still in business today. We sold. What else? So I've been on the good side and the bad side of businesses, but all small businesses. All small businesses.
Yeah, that you have a diverse mix. Someone in the chat mentioned about how diverse the guys' restaurants were. Um, there didn't seem to be a lot of symmetry, like between your business. Maybe symmetry is the wrong word, but like synergies is probably a better word between your businesses, like a tanning salon and a Mexican restaurant.
Yeah, so a lot of these businesses are because they're adjacent or they're near one of your existing businesses and you can
That's
get them.
great.
So many times when you own a building, so
Mm,
back in 2010, 11, 12, when the economy went, or I'm sorry, uh, 8, 9, 10, when the economy was bad, if you owned a commercial building and you had leasable units in that building, well, you couldn't get tenants. So a lot of property owners would themselves open up an ice cream shop or
mm,
themselves become a Domino's Pizza franchisee
really?
yeah, because they just couldn't let that property sit dormant. They themselves would do joint partnerships with people just to spark up these commercial properties. At least that's what I saw with the Arab Americans in the Michigan market. And so that's why I did a tanning salon. But I would partner with someone with that background to do tanning salons back in the
Oh, that
day.
makes sense.
And as far as the Mexican restaurant, the reason that I did not do well is just like in the trucking industry, majority of the people that own these trucking companies, they also have a CDL, and the driver isn't going to threaten them. If the driver is going to abandon the truck in Dublin, Ohio, the owner of that truck isn't intimidated. He'll go pick up that truck and drive it back. So when the owners know how to do that job, you can't be held over a barrel. The Mexican restaurant, the Mexicans knew that me and my college buddy couldn't cook Mexican food. But if I knew how to cook Mexican food, they would never hold me over to the barrel. So
Mm,
when the owners know how to do that, when the
yeah,
owners can fire everyone and
yeah.
do that job, that's very important. versus you're at the
Leverage is
mercy
very
of the cook. You have the leverage. There you go, John.
the leverage is very important. Well, Master Kim, we ought to do a whole show about leverage one day. How to
Yes.
have leverage banking, employees, vendors, customers. Yeah, that's very important.
Yeah.
Very important. Let me see if we have any comments in the chat. Master Kim, I'm going to try to get that chat with Ken Watson this week. I'm probably going to call him when I get off of here today. He was telling me that he closed a big deal in Houston last week when I talked to him. I don't know if you had a chance to talk to him, but yeah, he was telling me, so he'll have a chance to talk about that as well when he comes up.
No, I wasn't aware of that, but hey, that's how the ballers ball. You
Right.
hear their activities secondhand from other people. Yeah, that's it. That's that's the way ballers ball. Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, yeah. So it should be interesting to hear him come on. Guys in the chat, if you have any questions, if not, well, the links in the chat if you want to jump up. Otherwise, we've been here about 1 hour and 30. It's pretty good. We can end it shortly. Anyone in the chat with questions, anything? Any comments? Let me look and see. Master Kim. Let's see what we got here. May not be much going on today, Master Kim.
Hey, John.
Sure.
The Escalade payment that I was talking about was 800 a month. I
Wow.
never made a timely payment. It never reported on my credit, but I never made a timely payment. So I got rid of it at the 50,000 mark because I think the warranty, right before the warranty was out, I got rid of it because I got scared because if I couldn't make the payments on time, then once the cladding and all the pieces start falling apart, I wouldn't have the money to keep it. So I
Yeah.
dumped it as soon as possible. But that guy hurt my feelings by saying you need to buy a house, and I learned from that.
Mhm.
I was like, man, I look like a complete idiot. So I got rid of the Escalade
Sometimes
as well.
honesty is the thing you need. We have a comment here. Trump says, if you know how to manage people, they won't ever hold you over a barrel either. That's true most of the times, but I do think what Master Kim is saying is true. If you own the restaurant and you can't do anything in the restaurant, those employees are going to know it, and they're
Yeah,
going to be. Go ahead, Master Kim.
because who really runs the restaurant is the cook. They are the unsaid boss, right? Because they've got all the ingredients. They control the labor because all of their brothers and cousins work for it, and they know how to prep. So what's happened with these Mexicans is the Mexicans in the kitchen are not the same Mexicans that were around 20 years ago. These are much more skilled people. They've worked for Cracker Barrel, they've worked for Olive Garden, they've learned these advanced food prep skills and safety and sanitation skills. So these Mexicans are actually going to these independent restaurants and helping them step up their game because they're bringing all this corporate experience to these smaller businesses. So, with that being said, what I was trying to get at, unless you could do that craft and fire them on the spot and take over the griddle or whatever they were using at the time and the food prep, then they're always going to be able to leverage. But in a lot of the business books, the way the wording is in one thing, but pragmatically out on in the field and in the streets is a different thing. Yes, understanding people is important and being able to motivate quality people, but you're not always getting quality people. You get a lot of people that were quality at one point, but because of the labor market, they've turned out to be very narcissistic and abusing type of people because they know without notice they can quit and go to across the street and get a job for more money. So you've got a lot of bad character going on of people that would have never have acted like that before. Even in
Mhm.
the trucking industry, they know that at a time there's a shortage of truckers. So hauling fuel, I'm using the fuel industry as just an example. To haul fuel, you have to have a special certification, you have to have hazmat, you have to have experience because it's very dangerous. So experienced truck drivers that haul fuel with hazmat is a specialty. These people are now acting horrible work character because they know that they're in super high demand. So they're hiring with one company, getting the bonus, staying on board for 2 months, quitting, hiring onto another company, getting the bonus. And so you now have people that were the salt of the earth actually being part of very devious uh, employment character now. So the landscape is different now. I've have to bribe people to come to work with Uber, picking them up with Uber, me personally driving them home and picking them up, which I would have never done in the past, giving them gift cards to show up on time. So things are different now because it's either that or do you want your store to close for 12 hours? So things are different now. It's horrible where we are now.
Yeah,
And
if you ran a restaurant and the the cook knew that you couldn't cook, he might just not show up one day just to spite you. And if he realized that you couldn't run that restaurant without him, you'd never be able to get that leverage back.
and you're right. And on top of that, when you see McDonald's or Hardee's or let's say Quick Trip put these signs on their lawn saying $16 an hour to start,
Mm,
that hurts the market because what people don't do, call them up, ask them, do I get 1650 to start? They'll be like, oh, well, kind of. Do you have management experience? If we can put you on the express management program, yes, 1650 an hour. Otherwise, it's 1150 an hour, right? So
mm,
the misleading, even
mm,
Amazon is saying that they're paying X amount of hour, but when you actually call, and that's what people that get these jobs, they don't come back and say yes. I
mm.
took a $11.50 an hour job. They don't want to lie to you and say, no, I wasn't quite skilled enough to get the 1650. I'm the dummy making 11.50 an hour, which is not a dumb wage. I'm using this as an example. So that's hurt the labor market too, is
Mm.
all these advertised jobs. And I'm sure that there are instances that they are paying 1650, but they're far and few between. Majority of the people advertising at 1650 are doing a bait and switch, but yes, they will give it to you if you do have experience at a certain level. And majority of the time, it's to be at an assistant manager level or better to get the 1650. McDonald's and the Quick Trips don't advertise that, so there is a bait and switch going on. So every time you see those signs that they put on their front lawn, but that hurts the rest of the marketplace because the first thing to come out of their uh, as they're vaping in my face, by the way, in between vapes, they're
Yeah,
telling me that they can get 1650 at the McDonald's across the street.
yeah.
And you try to explain to them, okay, call them right now. For
Mhm,
1650, I'll go work for them. I'd love to get on their payroll, but it's not true. It's at
mm.
a certain level that you can get that rate. And of course, there are instances that maybe they do it, but it's a temporary rate because of the political environment or that risk of that store closing for half a day because of that's how bad they are with labor.
Yeah, no, I can definitely see it. We had a store here in Master Karen before we closed. The employees got there. It was only like 4 or 5, maybe 10 employees across 2 coffee shops. They got the mind that they wanted to unionize across the 2 coffee shops. And the owner of the coffee shop said, "Well, the hell with it, I'll just close both of them." And so they ended up with no job. But that kind of agitation from employees where they think they are owed more or worth more, it becomes sometimes just all too much trouble just to deal with because at some point that agitation for more and more is just going to end up with you not on the business. It's just not even worth running. It's not going to be profitable. You're not going to have employees that are going to make the business, pleasant for the customers. That's just my experience.
Yeah, John, do you mind if I add one more comment? And
Sure.
just like you said, you've been on. So every business owner I know complain about business. So just like I'm talking about the reality of business, also very successful business owners do the same thing. So it's hard to determine genuine business owners whining versus guys that are just throwing shade, as they say. But they all complain just like me about the taxes, about labor, about the pawn business. He's like, I got a buddy who owns a very successful pawn business, and he just cries out he's got too much money on the street. People are taking pawn shop loans and they're not coming back to retrieve their
Mm.
merchandise. He don't want any more Rolexes, but I think they're doing it because they don't want other people to get into the pawn shop business. It's just what they naturally do. Liquor store owners are the same way. Oh, the liquor store business sucks. We're down over last year. Why? Do you know someone else selling in another liquor store? They can't wait to buy another liquor store. Hey,
Yeah.
what's up, Solid Snake?
What's up, man?
I'll be right back. Hold it. Or you keep
I'm
going.
trying. I'm trying to get my.
Solid Snake, a lot of the things I mentioned too is from the gas station industry that, very difficult to keep people happy. And sometimes you have to almost be so nice to the employees because you just want to prevent the level of theft. You know that they're going to steal
And
shit.
that's not only the thing. That's not only the thing. The thing is, everybody that you hired inside that business that you own, they have a relationship with the community. And,
Yes.
and that's another thing you have to procure. It's not as simple as everybody think it is. I mean, it's an extensive financial investment, but it's worth it to keep the community together because you can't understate the value of community. And that's something I always try to put out to these kids. I can't be at home with each and every one of them, even though I know they come from fatherless homes. So I still have to be some type of. Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I still have to be some type of community, just somebody of the community that these kids can relate to, that they can say, hey, I know Carlos wouldn't do that. So I have to have a moral standard a little more accelerated than a lot of cats can allow. I can't live within the community. Not like that.
Hey, Master Kim, let me ask you one more question about if you were advising someone, that had enough money to build out a restaurant, like the guy that was killed, would it be better to just buy the building and let someone else run the restaurant? What do you think?
Oh man, that's a tough one. Jeez, oh Pete. I'm
Oh
gonna
my God,
say
he just laid down so many different things. Let's say
yes.
you buy a community. Let's say you buy a building in the community. You want to turn it into a restaurant. First of all, you need to learn about the community and what's allowed, what's not allowed, who allowed, who not allowed. In the black community, it's extremely complicated. Because that's where you run into a problem like my classmate. I played basketball with him. He went out, he got a club. But I mean, at the same time, you still have to have communal responsibility as far as who enters the club, how you gonna organize this thing. A lot of times you gotta put up front, hey, these certain type of people not allowed. And of course it's gonna come off as brash, but what you do is to offset that is you have another get together where they can all get together. That way they can have their party and have their fun. That way when you get ready to have your party and your fun at this building or this establishment, you don't have to worry about it being deterred by disruptors. And
All
I'm
right,
just using some of the basic terms, but owning
what
a business in the black community is very, very difficult. It's very complicated, but at the very same time, it's actually simple.
what do you think from a financial standpoint, from a risk standpoint, Master Kim? If you didn't know how to run a restaurant and you had the opportunity to buy the building or rent the space and build out the restaurant.
Yeah, a very interesting comment, and it's almost a kind of multi answers, right? So the first one is it's almost like you're doing success backwards. If you're already successful to buy the building, then you may not need the restaurant, right? Most people run the restaurant so that they can become successful to buy the building. So if you're in the position to buy the building, you shouldn't be fooling with the restaurant because there's so many variables, the labor problem, you're in many situations you're just buying. The only person that should buy a restaurant is if they've got a wife and kids and there's something bigger than the individual because that restaurant will support the whole wife and kids. um they need to be desperate, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Someone that has the liquidity and the bankability to buy the restaurant or a building shouldn't be owning the restaurant. And keep in mind, though, the lease rate, I think it's 1% of the appraised value should be your rent, right?
Mhm.
So could you collect the minimum 1% from that restaurant there? Uh, that's a whole different. I recommend anyone buy commercial in the suburbs, right? Anyone. versus if you buy it in an urban or hood area, you're
Why is that?
just gonna. Well, obviously because of crime. Anywhere where crime, because there's only a handful of businesses that thrive in the hood, right? Car lots, mechanic shops, the you buy we fry, the liquor stores, the check cashing, the gas stations, the beauty supply stores, all of the wholesale places. Unless you do industrial commercial property like a plumbing supply, that's different because you can go to the downtown areas because you're really just a warehouse
Yeah.
and you need cheap warehousing.
Mhm.
Um, but for the real estate, commercial real estate, you need to be out in the suburbs.
Hmm.
Unfortunately,
You
because
know,
the
you
land
know,
is going to be cheap, more expensive.
it's interesting that you mentioned that, Master Kim. Not to prolong here, but one more thing. Uncle Drew, the guy from Franklin Avenue, and then I think he asked you some
Yes.
questions yesterday. He started out owning an electrical supply store in
Yeah.
an urban commercial, inner city area, say Brooklyn, part of Brooklyn. Then he moved to, he ended up moving to another part of Brooklyn, um, a little bit smaller store, but closer to home. And now he's moved to the suburbs, basically, of New York to Jersey. So he's kind of doing what you're saying, like the suburbs seem to be kind of where it is, even for the light electrical, because you have better parking, a warehouse if you have all that supply and stuff like that. So that's very interesting. I don't think I ever thought about it like that. I never thought about it. Yeah.
The problem with New York or Brooklyn is you got too many people. There's too many smart business people up that way, right? And that's why if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. Yeah, I would get the what I do a no-brainer can do. Go into these dusty ass little towns where you are the Donald Trump in that market, right?
Hmm.
So a lot of people, anyone, all your neighbors, John, if they were to come down south or in any other market, they would blossom because people in New York are just smarter. Their business acumen is better and smarter, meaning anyone that's from that area, they'll come to the events that we do down here and be like, why isn't anyone trying to sell hot dogs here? Why isn't anyone trying to sell T-shirts out in the parking lot before the concert starts? People are better hustlers up north. The rest of the United States isn't like that. So I think I wouldn't want to do business with anyone that comes from New York because they probably have access to money. They're go-getters. It's just a different type of man up your and woman up your way. They come out to these other areas. So if someone from New York or came to Atlanta, they would mop up because you just have a much more aggressive business
Yeah.
mindset. They would clean house down here.
Hey, Snake Master Kim, I have a topic I want to run past you guys. I have a good friend of mine. I met him when he was first got to America, I guess you could say. He's an Israeli guy, and he's a contractor, like a real estate guy. And when I first met him, I mean, I could hire him to put a door up on a bedroom. Today, he's zooming so fast, like I can hire him. It wouldn't be worth his time to even come work for me. But he's also, he's Jewish. He's an Israeli guy, and a lot of times those guys get a lot of criticism. But man, he's worked his way up. I haven't seen anyone give him any special favors, although he's able to work with a lot of Jewish uh, homeowners, and they tend to be fairly affluent.
Hey, John, ain't that crazy though? They'll tell you the Israelis and the Muslim battling what for what. But when you see them on American soil, don't you see like a connection between those two?
They all similar. Yeah, they all similar.
I mean, it's
But
almost like they grew up in the same playpen together. Like, hey, I know how to do this with you. Hey, let's work together and we can make this happen.
now, indeed, what do you guys think about me trying to get him on? He's a very high end developer, a very high end. $500,000 more type.
I'll take a chance. I'll take a risk. I'll
Figure.
take that risk.
I'm scared the people in the audience might give him too much of a ribbon, man. You think the comments reflect me? What do you think, Master Kim?
I would probably do an interview with him offline and don't
Mm,
have anyone else chiming in and just have some structured questions
yeah, yeah.
because because what you're going to get is you're going to get a couple different insights. How does the Red Hat community currently view, the current interest rates, and how
Yeah,
is his
yeah.
business doing, right? I would be curious to know how's his business doing and what do they are they holding tight to, or to use Rashu's comment, holding on to their grow dust or gunpowder or dry powder until after the election. I would be very I would just do a one-on-one. No need to have dummies like me and everyone calling in asking stupid questions.
I understand what you're saying, Master Kim, but I don't think anybody gonna survive before the election even begins. And I know
Yeah.
you've been in posthumous. I understand where you're coming from, but at the rate I'm looking at the emotional level of the people in this country, I wouldn't too much put my investments after November. I'll be trying to make as much as I can before November. Because this can go either way. Like I said, we got 4 months to go. And these communities are so riled up, they think they know what's going on, but they don't, and the vote can go still either way.
Yes. Is that crazy?
And that's gonna determine everything. Because I sat back for like 6 years and I've understood that my community personally does not understand the way money flows. They just don't understand meritocracy.
Let me share with you his site, Master Kim. I mean, the guy does like some very, very high end work, man. Very high end.
You got to pay for that, John.
What's that?
That work.
No, well, I want to get him on this stream, and he can kind of talk about how he came, here from Israel. I mean, he was in the immigration jail down in Farmville. Anyone, right? You got caught with some weed or something like that.
Yeah.
They
That's where your most creative people be at, in jail. I hate to say it, but it's true.
Well,
A lot of the guys I came from with a lot of the ingenuity I got come from in jail. They've been taken without everything, and that's what I think leads to creativity.
Well,
Absence of freedom leads to creativity. I'm telling you, it just happens that way.
Well, he was just there on a like an immigration hold, so he wasn't there for anything necessarily criminal. But anyway, he
How
does
long you was there for? Like 3 months?
Yeah, something like that. But anyways,
Yeah, that's how long it takes. That's how long it takes.
Yeah, he does some very high end work. You can see some of the work he's done. Additions, real nice high end stuff. Like you can see, like very high end stuff. Very very nice, very slick. Anyway, I would love to get him on, man, and I think your idea, Master Kim, is probably a good one. Just bring him on. Just do a interview for anyone that's interested in getting into construction, high end development, things like that. You can hear his story. He came here, like I said, working for me, doing a little basic Section 8 type work, doors and little basic stuff. And now I can't even get him to work for me anymore. So he had a very quick progression.
Well, looking at the work I don't seen is half of that stuff you don't show me, man. Hey, how much you paying that guy an hour? Whoever did that floating shower you did, because I've been looking at that work. I'm like, wow, I ain't never thought of that.
Oh, you talking about the shower panel?
Yeah, man, I'm still thinking about that. Like, wow, that's
John,
minimalistic.
Hold on,
efficient.
Hold on. What's up, Messi? We got to run.
No. Also, I think that just like your colleague that had done the work, the one that you just mentioned a moment ago, that I think also happened to a lot of the Mexicans also. Like you would always have a Mexican guy that knew how to frame out and hang drywall. No, you can't find him no more.
Mm-mm.
And the joke is, this is all, joking, is that they're making white boy wages now. They're all legit.
Yeah.
They all got licenses. They're all legit to be here.
Yeah,
So
they legit.
They're all legit now, and now they got white boy wages. My brother used a term called the white boy wage. Whatever it would take a guy like Savage Red, for example, just any white guy to shovel snow for you or to help you as a daily labor, for them to do anything was $20. But this was before COVID, right? Now that white guy wage is gone. Now God knows what it costs.
Mm-hmm.
Because now, everyone is getting the white guy wage now. Everyone. It's
Mm-hmm.
not just, the and there is a difference, meaning that the white guy wage, you're going to get a guy that also knows a little bit about this, a little bit about that, a little bit about quite a bit of stuff, for $20. But anyways, yeah. So COVID just destroyed that whole white guy wage thing. Now everyone gets the white guy wage, and the white guy isn't working for anyone no more. Or there've been a lot of guys that quote high because they don't want the job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because they're so stacked up, they'll quote 20% higher because they really can't. And then if you say, okay, well, if I buy
Time
the
is money.
materials,
Time is money.
the price will come down. And then he just like levels with you that he can't even get you in until November or December. That he
Yeah.
quoted high to scare you off, and then when you say, okay, bring it on, they'll be like, oh shit, you didn't expect that.
Mhm.
Hey, John, you gonna end the stream?
Well, in a few minutes, there's a guy that's in the panel from time to time.
No, because it's getting good. It's getting good, good.
Well,
It's
we hold
getting good, good. We got Master Kim in the house talking some real talk. Please
on.
hit that like, share, and subscribe button. We gonna get some miles in here, but I mean, it is what it is. Let's hang out today, everybody.
We gotta
Hey,
get
Let's
crazy.
do it.
can I ask Solid
Uh,
Snake a question?
Go ahead.
Solid Snake, on John's podcast and others, I've always claimed that you're the Mac with the gap. And the reason I say that is because from the store to your home, everyone knows where you are, and people, not everyone, but people want to catch you slipping, so you always got a pistol on you within reach. Was that a fair comment, or no? Am I over
Oh, no, no,
exaggerating?
no, no, no. I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. I'm an old school cat, man. I go by the hands. If it come by the guns, I got cash for that. But I don't even revolve in that type of environment. Like the other day, day before yesterday, a guy come punch me in the face. And well, everybody like, ooh, they like, Carlo, man, you put them hands. They ain't never known me to fight in 20 years. I have never put my hands on another black man in 20 years, other than my son. And that's my legacy. I don't fight black. I don't fight people. I don't get out here arguing to a physical argument. To
Master,
me, it's much
Solid-
more.
hold on, Solid Snake. The bigger question is, you don't carry a gun or anything?
Nah,
Damn.
the Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want.
That's what I say, Master Solid Snake, but I say it in a different context than you do.
I mean, I let God guide me. I don't have to have all that. I can have a house full of whatever you want to call them, Pookies and Ray Rays. And I've been like that, and I'm 47 years old. I ain't never had to worry about somebody doing something sneaky to me. Because the thing about it, they know I'm gonna take care of my business.
I will say this though, Solid Snake and Master Kim. I've been doing business for years, and I very rarely carry a gun. To be honest with you,
I don't
like
believe in having a gun. I mean, I understand the importance of it, but
even I just don't care. It's just
I'd rather have God with me because I'll make a mistake.
I just haven't had to, honestly, and I think that the people that have to, um, oftentimes there's a reason why they have to. If you're engaged in criminality, hell yeah, you got to carry a gun. But when I've told stories where I go off in the ghetto, man. I walked out with probably $100 in quarters, and no
Yeah,
one bothered me. But I ain't go in there just get the money and go and set a pattern. I may go over there, cut some grass, handle my business, talk to some tenants, and then I slip down.
listen, John. I don't mean to interrupt you, but what I'm saying is, I work for the Arabs. I can literally get the bag. I can get the bag. I can walk to the. I can walk to the bank, and ain't nobody gonna bother me, man. I mean,
Yeah,
it's just how good my community.
well, I
Shout out to my community. Love
so
my community for that. My community. We good black kids. They. I mean, I don't know if I'm a big part of that, but I'm so proud if I am. But a lot of the guys I grew up with, they put a lot of work in this community. It's not a big community. It's not a fruitful community. You got to get it out the mud out here, but at the same time, you can get it right. And that's what I'm proud of. like I say, you know, it's still a big thing. That dude punched you across your gate, and I had to chase that nigga, but the police came in. They just like, man, Carlo gone in the house, man. I'm about to choke that dude, man. I'm about to choke that dude to death, man. I'm about to snap that dude vocal cord.
You better
I was
snap him.
about to kill somebody. That was like 2 days ago. But you know what? I ain't got that problem. You know, we ain't got that problem, man. You have people that get out here
On his
and
man.
act like characters.
My brother. Look, she bending over. Lord have mercy. The Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want.
Yeah, man. Shoot, I walk in the ways of God in the name of Jesus Christ or whatever you want to call him. All I know, he took care of me. You can call him my life if you want to.
Now, I know it's early, y'all, but you know, hey,
I'm so high right now, y'all. I'm about to go to sleep on y'all.
I've been up since about 3 o'clock.
Man, I'm high here up and get on chaotic motherfucking channel.
Hey, I'm go.
Man, I'm trolling today. I'm out here.
Hey, I saw you. Hold on, Solid Snake. I saw before you go. I saw you over on another stream. That was a really good
Yeah,
stream.
just earlier, man. That was a good stream, man. I ain't gonna lie. I wanted to post your link and everything, but I copied and pasted it now. So yeah, I got it now.
It's a good stream. I forget the guy's name. But if you know his name, I'll put it up on the stream in case you guys are interested.
That was a good podcast.
Yeah, he runs a good, concise stream, man. And I think
man. He almost like HB. It's like if we can get him and HB, oh man, we don't even have to worry about it. We just call it trucker room, locker room talk or something.
Oh, is he a trucker? There was someone on there that was a trucker, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know what's going on. What's going on with you and HB?
Oh
I'm
man,
right here.
HB can't go 7 days a week, man.
I don't know what's going on with HB. Man, HB called me, man. I'm an instant message you my number. I will co-host.
I would
Man, I'm gonna be like, look, we gonna be like Sam's with the boys on ESPN. ESPN.
Oh, Stephen A. You talking about Stephen A?
Yeah, Stephen A. and Tim Bayless.
Hey, you know what though, Snake? You know, before we get too far, and you know, I'll forget. One of the things that I do want to do, and I mentioned it a couple of times, is some crowdfunding of editors and stuff like that. We have some editors in the crowd. We have Portia, we have Tropes for sure. So, Master Kim, Snake, HB, since I have you guys up on the panel, you up a lot. What do you guys think about that?
I think it's a great idea.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I do just because I hang with y'all. Hey, I didn't give a damn if I died tomorrow. Up until I really started hanging with y'all guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was just out here in the streets. I ain't had no future. And then here you come. You all out in New York. You all out there in the work. You know what I'm saying? You all out there in the park about old hip hop joints. And I'm like, dang, I want to be a part of this community. And I don't have anything to offer y'all. But I have changed my payment schedule and I have changed some of my investments to try to invest inside this community. Because I think this is a very important community and we cannot lose it.
Wait, Solid Snake, you got what you do have is you have really good stories, man. So when I pulled up, I heard about you getting I heard you getting you got punched on by a young nigga. What happened?
Man, this nigga, I was over there at the store, man. Something told me don't go over there to my job, but I went over there. So, boy, like, Carlos, I want you to pull all the crates from the outside to the inside. I'm in the store telling him, hey, man, just because those people got a place to sit, I had to fill them drinks up. I had to use like 5 buggies worth of deliveries to fill them drinks up before I got off. So I'm trying to tell him that's good for business. Let the people sit out and hang. We ain't had no problem. But he talking about, let's take the buggies. I need all the crates and everything inside the store because we don't want everybody hanging outside the store. I say, well, okay, fine. I go out there, I'm getting a drink. This dude come in my face, he drunk and more. Yeah. I don't know what he was saying, but I was drunk myself.
Mm-hmm.
So You know, we made her. I thought we made her because I grew up with the cat. You know what I'm saying? This nigga just reached across my gate and punched me in the face.
Wait, what'd you say? What'd you say to him?
I have no idea. I probably cussed out his mama though.
Mm.
Yeah, I be drunk, man. I be ratchet. I'm
Hey,
ratchet.
hold on, Snake. Hey guys, for the next day, HB, you going live tonight?
Yeah, I'm gonna go live tonight.
Uh,
Already.
hold on. Damn, Snake. How long you think you're gonna have available for tomorrow?
As soon as I get up. As
No, I
soon as
mean
I
like
get up.
how many hours you think you stream tomorrow?
Oh
I'm asking because
man.
I want to start the crowdfunding, but I want to do it on like a long stream. So we
Yeah.
have like 2 or 3 different groups that come on and be able to and you get the morning crowd, the 3-4 o'clock crowd, and we get the the 8 to 10:30 crowd, and we probably get like a I don't know, I can carry on like 12 to 3 or something, like 12 to 5, whatever.
Yeah.
We get
Hey, John, can I say something? Can I
yeah,
ask you a question?
sure, go right ahead, Snake.
Why you don't want to go to Rumble?
Man, we're gonna focus on one thing at a time, do one thing well, and then we're gonna
I
it'll be
mean, but it's just another platform. It's no different than YouTube.
no, that's true. Sooner or later,
Why don't we just go ahead, go over there, and I'm gonna tell you what we can talk about. We can talk about the police shooting, and we can talk about the relationship between the ideologies between the two parties, or how the Republicans can say, "Oh, the police were justified their shooting," but at the same time, the Democrats and the liberals saying, "Oh, well, Trump faked his shooting." Come
man,
on, man.
I go to Rumble, bro. Like I probably
Yeah,
do.
man, we ain't gotta be regulated.
Well, I go to Rumble, I'm gonna want to talk about COVID.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do that too.
So we got probably we can
Oh
do COVID.
yeah, I got some stories to tell. 'Cause I ain't never took a day off.
So,
I
but
ain't never had it.
so
But
look,
that's probably what on the side of my mouth. That's probably what on the side of my mouth. That COVID.
Yeah.
yeah,
I think that was
so
COVID.
yeah, so what we're gonna do is
Let me stop.
starting on probably we got I have it up now, but I was thinking started on the our next long stream. We'll have Portia and Tropes if you want to get up too, or maybe we do 1 day or 2 day per person, so that way they'll really get rewarded there.
Yeah.
And
I think what we in is a draft because the way I look at it, everybody can pull their own audience. Portia can pull her audience. Tropes can pull her audience. HB can pull his audience. Tropes can pull his audience. Be honest, Master Kim can pull his audience. To be
yeah,
honest, which all we have to do is get out and make ourselves known. Bring the. I mean, I'm telling you, man. We got, man. I'm telling you, it can be
Wait.
good.
So Solid Snake, this guy. So you over here stacking up crates, and this guy just hauls off and punches you. Would you do after that? What'd you
No,
do
he
after the
rushed
sock?
across the gate when I was hanging out with one of the OGs out here.
so he punched
Oh,
you, then what?
yeah.
I
What
had to
happened
come out
after?
my gate.
And then what?
I beat his ass.
Oh, okay.
Why did he
But I
punch?
ain't beat his ass. I ain't really punch him down. It's like once my hand grappled his throat and I seen he couldn't defend himself against that, I got lazy and I just really just wanted to go and snap his vocal cords.
Oh,
Yeah,
But
man, I'm dangerous. I don't know, man. I mean, I could have punched him in the face, but I'm 47 and my hands ain't that strong as they used to be.
mm,
I usually do a grapple technique. I usually do nerve techniques to, relax somebody. I mean, I don't do, I got a lot of prison training. Even though I have been to
mm,
prison, but early in my life, I did dawn off as a prison
yeah.
go,
but
you know.
you weren't in prison that long, though, right?
Huh?
You weren't in prison very long, right? 2 years? Yeah, you say you did.
Nah, I probably did 11 months.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
not.
I
That's
had
not
got
that
out
bad.
there. I went on and took what they gave me, man. They told me don't plead guilty to this in 2016, and I was like, okay, we'll take that. But I got that up for appeal, so I'm wondering what's going to happen behind that because I
So
need to get
why
my
why
gun.
so why do you think he could put hands on you though? What about you made him think that it was just okay to, just put hands on you?
Once again, I hadn't had a fight in 20 years.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn.
Hey, HB.
What's going on, Master
Hey,
Kim?
hey, big dog. You already showed yourself. You got to be joining I and Get Cracked for me on these Asian conversations because you look like the dude from Two Life Crew that
Oh, man!
half Chinese, half Jamaican guy. Look, look,
Man,
um,
scared me in the house.
yeah.
My bad. I'm too loud. I'm too loud.
No, HB, serious dog. Are you half Chinese? What, dog?
nah, man.
Uh,
I don't know. I just got like chinky eyes. I don't even smoke,
yeah.
man. So I don't know what it is,
I don't
man.
know,
You,
man. You might be
hey,
pure Indian.
I,
no.
I, I don't
He
know about that.
Hey,
HB's
what's your 23 and me say?
I don't trust that shit, man.
Man, they
HB's
told me
good
I was
with
Jamaican and some Madagascarian or something. Madagascar, something.
Oh shit.
HB's got all the characteristics of Asian. He's good with money,
Ah,
grinding from
I wish
several
I
different
had some Asian
angles.
genealogy.
He knows how to trade smart. I mean, yeah, he's got it going on.
ah, ah,
Hey,
yeah.
HB, I told him your trading story. So you picked up something, get crack, and made some money off of it. All you
Man,
just need.
I ain't telling
Well,
nobody
no,
my
no, no.
credit score.
I'm actually
I'm gonna
holding it
listen to
right
Get
now.
Crack for me.
But the trade Get Crack told me to get on is it's basically at the complete bottom right now. It's like a gas ETF, the company.
He wouldn't tell you if it wasn't important now. I'm gonna tell you
Yeah,
that
no,
right
no,
now.
no, no. He told me to get in on it and it's literally at like the absolute bottom right now. So
Yeah.
either 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 it's
Yeah,
gonna
you
shoot
telling me
up.
I wish I had money right now to put it in. Shit.
Yeah.
Damn it.
When he told me that I bought a couple, I'm probably gonna buy a couple more because it's still at the absolute bottom right now. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably gonna buy a couple
And
more.
it's looking for a rebound. And boy, when it
Yeah.
come
Get
up,
crack, get crack.
man, look here.
Yeah. We're
About
bottom and
8%
finishing it.
at
Yeah,
least.
yeah. No, it's literally at the complete bottom, and I'm looking at it. I looked at like the week, the monthly, the yearly, and man, it's really at the bottom right now. So
I wish I ain't gonna say nothing because we talking about too much, man. Give me crack need to get on the line.
Yeah, I don't know why Get Crack doesn't get up there. I see him in the
I don't
audience.
know what's wrong with him, man. He's scared.
he probably
He
trading
said
right
that Perry
now.
Red gonna come up here.
I think
Get,
he traded.
you,
He
Get
trading
Crack,
right now.
Get Crack. If you were in DC right now, I'd have you in the house with Grace. I'd put you in a room with Grace and Ben somewhere in
Oh, he
DC.
ain't Grace.
You can
Uh,
you could you could
uh,
be you could be with Grace and Ben.
uh, he's spreading the news. That's all. He just spreading the gospel. Let him go and do his thing. Shoot. He just make the channel better.
But yeah,
He's
I think
a real one, man.
with these ETFs, that's what I'm gonna start moving into more a little bit because
I'm getting old. I'm thinking
Yeah,
about T-bones.
we got a call here. Hold on, please. You on with John Galt Live? Who's calling?
Yeah, what's up? It's Get Crack. Yeah,
What's
right.
up, Crack?
oh, Get
He
Crack
want to call
salute.
on the phone.
Like you just it sucks up my memory. It slows down everything. That's trash. And
Only
it's like, oh man. And I gotta
only
use my laptop and I'm like, oh man.
look at you. You got the agent on here complaining about software, hardware, stream.
Ah,
I gotta get a new laptop and all that though. It's like my thing it's like 5 years old, man.
Hey, have you ever tried that USB trick I told you about? You turn the USB stick into a little soft RAM.
Hey,
I don't know if he can hear you.
so yeah, the I think the other panelists their volume is low, so I just want to call them to test this thing.
Your
Oh, you
volume.
sound good. You sound good.
The other dude was right. I can kind of hear them, but
Can y'all hear Crack?
We can hear crack, but I don't think crack can hear us.
Crack. How's that sound, crack?
Yeah,
Yo. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
But you can't hear.
Testing.
You can't hear them that well, though, crack. Is that right?
Yeah, not well. Yeah.
I wonder if I can get a better cable or something. I mean, I bought the Rode wired cable. I'm wondering maybe there's an upgrade or something. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. What do you think, crack? People in the chat are saying you're clear, though, crack. So
yeah, you sound good, though.
Definitely clear because people called in like yesterday. It was definitely clear. But when that dude was saying like, oh, but he paused. So that means like I could tell like he could hear it, but it's like it's probably not coming in loud enough, maybe.
I don't have no problem on my end. I hear you. And John, correct.
Is your volume turned up?
Wait. John, can you ask your crack about
BOIL? Trying to see how it works. Like audio wise, off a audio connection, if it's because of the audio from the the phone or something. So we gotta bug this out. We gotta see people gonna call in live and they want to hear the panelists, and maybe it's not patched in. Yeah, the volume, the mic volumes from the panel is not.
Hey, John, open up your StreamYard settings and see what new connections you probably had. Did you ever get that subscription?
Yeah. I think I resolved that part.
Okay.
Someone says crack is clear. He can't hear anyone outside of John. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Although you can't hear them at all, crack, or you can't hear them loudly.
No, it's very low, very low. That's what I was like, because the other dude yesterday, remember he was trolling Stanley, and but he paused so he could hear something, but maybe it wasn't like loud enough. So Stanley is pretty Solid Snake should be pretty loud, right? So I should hear him the loudest, but I hear him real low too.
Yeah.
So,
hey Snake, I want you to say testing 1 2 1. I'm turning up some levels here. Let me see if that works. Can you talk, Snake?
Okay.
You can't hear Snake.
Testing 1 2.
Snake,
testing 1 2.
Loud, man.
Testing 1 2.
Yeah. Man, fuck.
Nah. Hey, John, ask him about BOIL for me real quick.
What's up with BOIL? Crack.
It's like a natural gas.
Yeah.
Crack. What's up? HB wants to know what's up with BOIL stop.
Yeah, boil. Yeah.
Hold on, Crack. Let me pull it up so everyone can see it before you get into your commentary, because people is it ProShares Ultra Bloomberg Natural Gas? Is that it?
Yeah, right. So it's a 2X ETF. Yeah, it's popular. Like a lot of dumb retail, they can't buy futures. They'll jump into this, and you could get your ass handed to you if you pick the wrong times to buy or sell. And the inverse is cold, KOLD. I'll try to swing trade them. I'll try to go, like, if I think natural gas has a good trend down, I'll go to cold. And then when I think the bottom's near, I'll flip to boil. So I started flipping the boil, like, at the first bottom. And I sold a bit of boil already. And I knew it was going to come back down a bit. I don't know how hard. So I'm wondering how low it can go now, because it started going down, like, after we were talking about the scat video or whatever the heck it was.
Right. Yeah.
And I noticed that when the market closed, after the market, it was like dropping like crazy. I was like, damn, did some news happen? I don't care about news. I just saw the chart and I'm like, okay, time to go bottom fishing. So here we go. Now we're bottom fishing again. Like, so it's been 4 days since that time. And it's like, okay, it's dropping a bit. Are we close to the end here? Yeah. So.
Yeah, because I honestly I want to buy some more. Honestly, it's at the bottom. It's like really at the bottom right now. I feel like
I can really hear HB. Like man, it's the volume. It's just the pack volume. Damn. Somehow the volume for their audio isn't coming in like at the highest setting or something.
Yeah. I'm not sure they need to adjust their settings. I'm not sure.
I doubt it because they can come through the YouTube and
Hey,
I'm
give
sure.
me Craig. Are you on a PC right now?
Solid Snakes wants to know if you're on a PC right now.
No, he's on his phone. He's
No,
on the call-in number, man.
He's on. Yeah, that's right. He's on the phone.
And things.
Yeah,
if you want me to get on stream, I'll be maybe like 15 minutes. Yeah.
All right.
Hey, if you're going to on stream, give us a couple of stocks for the people in the audience that may want to look them up. What you trading right now?
So the other thing is trading the Bitcoin stuff. So a lot of the mining stocks I did buy on the dip Thursday too, but mostly on last Thursday when they had the morning crash, I just started putting stuff from my 401k IRA and my parents' accounts, like old accounts, any kind of long-term investing accounts, scaling back into the S&P and all that type of thing.
So you getting back into the S&P now? Is that what you said?
Yeah. So if you have an investing portfolio, usually have like a bunch of ETFs, right? So, but I'm just going to say S&P 500 in general terms. But if I want to break it down more specifically, you would want to be in small cap. So if you have mutual funds or whatever in your IRAs and 401ks, you look for the ones that says small cap. And then if you're really more specific, put in small cap growth.
Hey, Craig. People probably want to know why small cap and why small cap growth.
Yeah, I can go over why, because it's the same reason why I was telling you guys about those home builder stocks like at that time when they jumped up 20%. I was eyeing those before, so it's the same reason. You look at the chart and you go like, what sectors have the most effect from interest rate policy change? If you think Jerome Powell cut rates at least one time in the second half of this year, then you better be scaling in. So if you see any dips in that area where it's just like home builders, small cap, and specifically small cap growth, meaning junky stocks like pharmaceutical stocks and all those like really trash stocks that really depend on low interest rate loans, like companies without like having real low interest rates. So it doesn't mean like, oh, the Fed is going to slam all the interest rates to zero in one swoop. It means that like any shift in their tone is like, it's just going to make people start jumping into those stocks, right? It's just okay. This is what George Soros says is called reflexivity, meaning that people's reaction to news is much greater than the reality of news. The trend like is going to change, right? But some people are just early like birds and say like, oh man, let's time to just, so when the news happens, they just rush in. So the retail guys are going to be so late. All the guys, the big dogs, they're already in, right? They're scaling in their positions right now. Or actually it was last year. Actually, if you were really smart, you would have been already done this last year, but it's still not too late. At least they're still ahead of the retail.
Hey, what metal market stock would you invest in right now?
Solid Snake says, what meta market stock would you invest in right now? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Meta market?
Yeah, meta market, Snake.
Yeah. What company would you invest in?
Metal.
Oh, metal market. Copper might be too late. I don't know. I would be looking at gold and silver though still.
Why? Why gold and silver?
They're pretty high right now, gold and silver.
Because retail is going to start jumping into that pretty soon too. So that's another market that gets affected by interest rate policy changes. So if they think stimulus is going to happen, then they think inflation is going to come back.
When you say a stimulus is going to happen, you mean like a lowering of rates?
Yeah, lowering rates. That means the gold market and silver market will probably try to predict that Jerome Powell is going to make a mistake. He's going to cut the rate too early or too quickly in the coming 2025 year. And that means inflation will start coming back. And that means like,
Get Craig. I want to get a little technical here, and Master Kim may have an understanding as well. Why did they say what was the term you use? You say liquid? Did you say liquidity? I can't. Man, my memory is terrible. But I think you said something about liquidity or something like that, right?
Right.
Why does what do you mean by liquidity and Jerome Powell? Like, what is the? I know what you're talking about, but I want it to be clear to the people in the audience.
Okay, so when they lower the interest rate, the Fed funds rate, that's the Fed funds rate. It's going to start rippling through everything else, the prime rate, all the stuff Master Kim talks about, and then to you, the consumer, in your credit card, which is based off the prime rate, right? You read those contracts you sign when. Well, nobody reads them, but like it says where the interest rate comes from.
Right, prime
so the interest
plus,
rate is the prime rate plus some 5% or some crap they give you, or 2%.
Right.
So you got to understand that all that derives from the Fed funds rate. The Fed funds rate is set by the Federal Reserve, and that control. So the Federal Reserve is the banker of the bankers, right? So the banker of the big banks, and those big banks set those rates that go down the line to you. And yeah, you'll see it. You'll see it start pumping because when the interest rates start dropping. Oh, and mortgages too. And mortgages right now is about 9%. Is it still 9 or it went to 7? Man, it keeps changing, but it's way higher than 100.
Cam, I got you. Cam, I got you. I'm gonna email you back, man. Don't worry. I'm gonna email you.
They start.
Hey, John.
Hey, hold on, Greg. Yeah, what's up, Mr. Kim? Hold on,
John.
Mr. Kim.
Could
What's
you
up?
ask get crack that I see that lithium is dropped big time? Would this be a good buy right now for lithium? Because I'm too stupid to know how to look at the chart. Although I see it dipping down very low, I want get cracked to lithium I think it's lithium carbonate, and I'm not trying to front like I know metals that well. But what does he think about lithium carbonate? Is that a good buy right now? Sorry.
Did you hear him get cracked?
So he said something about lithium, right? Lithium carbide.
No. Johnny, he can't hear you. He can't hear you.
So the lithium market, I've also been eyeing lithium mining stock. One that I've been eyeing is SGML. It's a Brazilian, and it's been going up and down.
Hold on, get correct. SDML. I'm pulling the stocks up as you mentioned these, so give me a second. SDML, is that a stock? Is that just stock symbol? Oh shit. I'm pulling it up here. Get correct. Give me 1 minute. SDML, right?
SG.
Oh, G is in graph. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Sigma Lithium Group.
Yeah, right.
Now, okay, go ahead. Well, you looking at this company and what?
Wait, John, can you pull it up on the screen?
So I sold it in like around the 30s or 40s or something, like near this topping area, and then it crashed back. Now it's at 11, and I'm like, okay, looks like bottom fisher. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But lithium prices have been terrible, for a while.
So you sold it in the 30s
and stuff.
You sold it in the 30s.
Yeah, I was hoping it could pump some more, but I could tell it's gonna drop back down. So I said, I'm getting out.
Where did you buy the lithium?
Probably at 12 or something. I should have bought it way earlier, at this $1 or $2. Like, but if you zoom out 5 years, it was like $2 back there.
Damn. It went from basically $1 to $11. I know for the people in the audience, they're like, what is $1 to $11? I mean, you can buy 10,000 in $1 shares. And now you're 11, you'd be up a lot of money. Right?
These, yeah,
that's right. You can get options on it. There's an option chain for this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there must be. I don't know about the liquidity. That's the problem with options too, right?
Yeah,
a lot of people don't know about liquidity.
Right.
It's like if you get trapped in an option that nobody wants to buy, you're the ass. You're like, what the heck? I bought these options and I could sell them for so much money, but nobody wants to buy them from me. Then there's no buyer. How am I going to make money? So that's why, people that want to play options, you've got to really, really. That's why most people stay away from options. From these small stocks, they just rather go, okay, I know S&P 500 people always want to buy and sell options from me. So if the option chain looks terrible so theoretically you could have made a lot of money in options from this stock, but if no one's buying or selling, yeah, come on. It's like there's no volume there, then you can't do nothing.
Yeah, I'm looking at the volume here. I mean, at the highs, 38 options traded. But otherwise it's, you know, single digits, double digits, you know, like 10. So there isn't a lot of liquidity there.
Yeah. So, but you know, the good thing about this little stock is like you're buying these type of trash companies and risky miners is because you want to get them to be bought out. So this guy will probably get bought out by somebody somewhere down the line. And if you get in at the right time, pop, yeah, then you're out.
Does everyone see the volume? Does everyone understand the volume here? When Get Crack talks about liquidity, he's really talking about volume of shares traded. So basically what he's saying, if you look at a day like this, there's nothing being traded. And if you look at the
and you know what's interesting, John, is like maybe, you know, when the interest rates start going down, maybe you'll start seeing these options start getting more volume. You know, so that's why Jerome Powell is the big guy behind the curtain with the Wizard of Oz analogy I was trying to make last night to people. It's when he starts changing those rates, you know, businesses like this, which are probably, if I'm not a fundamentals guy, I don't need to be, because I look at the chart, I just look at the way the options are trading. I could probably tell right away this company is not doing well from a financial standpoint because it has big loans, big debt all over their books, and that's probably why nobody wants to touch the trash.
Do you think? Let me ask you this question.
Are in the bottom.
Let me ask you this question, Crack, and this may be a little bit technical. So, do you think the technicals fundamentals?
I think what I'm going to say is that fundamental guys will lead the technical, but the big fundamental guys, the guys that know the inside baseball, will lead the like the technicals, and you just want to use the technicals because you're following those big guys. So the retail guys will come. The retail fundamental guys are actually 2 steps behind, right? Because I'm going to try to use technicals to catch the Warren Buffett of the world, and the fundamental retail guys are just going to try to use news or something like they heard on CNBC, and they're way too late. You know what I mean? Like, so this, because I'm going on the theory that the market will tell me something, because the market should be at least somewhat have some truth into it, built in to the technical. Because the real fundamental guys, the guys that do the real work, the homework ahead of the retail trader, the retail investor, is already building position.
You
they're
know,
already seeing it.
You know, Get Crack, I just had this thought. Is it like it's almost as if you're saying that the technicals are the fundamentals now. That's what leads the way.
Yes. Yeah. And especially nowadays where you have such advanced information coming through, you can look at thousands of charts in seconds instead of like reading 10K forms and 6 9s or whatever, 6Ks, 6Qs. Like, I don't know, whatever.
10Ks.
Yeah, for the 4 or 6F, maybe those are 4.
You're giving me MBA.
This will be way faster. And there's so many stocks out there, right? And now with crypto and
Get Crack,
and commodities, there's so many markets to look at just by looking at charts really quickly.
Let me ask the audience if they have any stocks that they want your opinion on. Since we have 5 people up here right now, anyone want to ask Get Crack his opinion on technicals of a stock, any stock? He probably knows it off the top of his head.
Go, Blacks. I know. Blacks probably got a question in there.
No. I was just going to tell him that when he mentioned 10Ks, I got MBA PTSD. That's all. When I went for my MBA, that's all we were reading were damn 10Ks. But what do you think about QQQ? Give Crack.
QQQ, Get Crack. That's an index. That's a NASDAQ index, right?
Yes. Yes. I have several positions in that.
So Yeah, I can barely hear Black too. So
Yeah, I'm
that,
telling you.
that's
So
the thing with
he's
that.
asking
So,
you
but
about
I got
QQQ.
I got the idea. I'm looking through the YouTube on my other phone, my smartphone. So I got the gist. Yeah. So QQQ is a very important one, and you know, I think people should look at ratios. So QQQ is very valuable for that because you can look at the ratio between QQQ and SPY and the Dow Jones, and you can kind of tell where the market is kind of concentrated at. And we have a strong concentration in tech stocks with the QQQ right now.
Oh yeah, and I was just going to say
you could look at Blacks is like the SOXX.
Okay.
Conductors, so that's even more has a more pronounced shape than QQQ. So if you compare SOXX with QQQ with SPY, you can see why Dennison keeps talking about this AI bubble, right? So
yeah,
and semiconductors now is probably gonna top out pretty soon. So with NVIDIA and all that, they'll probably only have a little bit more pump in them, but the rest of the pump for next year will be in software.
Yeah.
AI. So start looking at software, AI stocks, and maybe even crypto. So if there's AI crypto coins out there that have good projects, so that's why I kind of want to have Rashu on board to talk about these things. There could be investments in these AI crypto projects because you're funding very, very small projects that may become very, very big later if AI really, really catches on. We're just in the first wave of AI. You know, if there is a market crash in a year or two, you should at least know what these are so you can find the next Google. You can find the next NVIDIA in the software world.
Why would you not invest in resources over software, though? I mean, for the longer term.
Why would you not invest in resources over software? Get correct. Solid Snake wants to know.
Resources?
Yeah, like what kind of resources, Snake? What kind of resources,
Are you
Snake?
talking about oil? Are you talking about natural gas? What are you talking about?
No, we're talking about metals. We're talking about oil. We're talking about chemicals.
I think I mentioned it, right?
Commodities.
Like I think I mentioned copper as the big one, but that might be a little too early or too late. I'm not sure. But that's why I was mentioning utility stocks. Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
And I highly recommended utilities, and then I showed you Hawaiian Electric, right?
Yeah.
It shot up like 22%.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Yeah.
Boy, I live for utility stocks. But QQQ I mentioned just because, you know, I kind of hack the system a little bit when it comes to
that one.
my children's
gas and electric funds. That's PG&E for you guys live in California.
Yeah.
And another one is NEE, I think. Okay. PCG. Let me just put in chat.
Each one of my children have a Roth IRA.
You can have a child's Roth IRA?
No, I have custodianship over these Roth IRAs, and then when they become 18, I'll just bequeath them to them, or 21.
So what you think about T-bonds? T-bills.
Correct. T-bones, T-bills. Your thoughts?
T-bills?
Yeah.
So okay, Solid Snake, you sure you want me to talk about T-bills? Like the bonds
That's
that
what
are
I've been looking at.
year and less, right?
Yeah, yes, that would be a T-bill, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'm done with them. So all my parents' stuff are scaling out of those things, and they're going back into the stock market. So I'm prepared for the dips that will come from here into the fall up to elections, and then I'll just buy the crap out of small cap growth, like I said earlier. So we're finished. So you whatever you have left over, they should be wrapping up right now. You should have got your 5% money market fund if you had that. So a lot of people who don't do T-bills, that's what they would be using. And T-bills. So therefore, I mean, money market is probably 4.9 to 5.01 or something for most people, and T-bills are like 5.5% now. They're the highest they'll ever be, but we're done. Like it's time to move on from them. And the only benefit of actually getting direct T-bills from the government is because you live in a blue state that has high income tax for state. So when you have a T-bill from the government, they hold your money, right? Like a CD, they'll hold it for like 6 months or a year, 3 months or a year, or like something like that. 17 weeks is the other one. That's it. You can't really benefit from them anymore because stocks will make much more, and you could probably shelter your money in an IRA or something if you really have a
Roth account. That's what I did.
They would have so much money that 5% is a big deal in terms of taxes. They gotta use T-bills, and you gotta lock that money up with the government, and then you could deduct it from your state income tax.
Yeah, that was the only thing I had. Yeah.
Hey, I have to step away for a second, so you won't be able to, or Get Crack won't be able to hear you.
Yeah. Can you tell Get Crack to hit the link?
Get Crack, hit the link.
Everyone is asking you to hit the link, Get Crack. So if you can't, I'll put the link.
Yeah, I know. I gotta do some things today because I gotta take my mom to something, do something else, blah 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 blah.
There you go. Give me 1 second,
you gotta
guys.
take care of your mom, right, John? Come on.
Hey, you got to, right? Give me 1 second. I bring it back.
Yeah, mom's important. Hey, you guys ain't important.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Hey, get black or blacks.
Yeah.
Yep. Hey, I think that's very impressive that you set up your kids with a Roth. Did you do a couple thousand each, or how did you start it? If you don't mind me asking.
So I just started with money I got from my income tax. You know, I was talking to my wife, and I said, "Hey, you know what? Instead of trying to figure out a 529, or which is garbage to me, or just trying to save money on our own for these children." For college or for whatever they want to do with it, let's just do a Roth IRA. And I actually got the idea from a friend of mine who was working. What's the name of that investing company? Not
Vanguard.
No, it's I can't remember the name of it, man. Not Fidelity, not Vanguard, not TD Ameritrade.
Prudential.
It's the one they make it seem like everybody can do it. I can't remember the name of this company. I used to see offices.
Oh, Robinhood.
No, not Robinhood. No.
They
were actually. I can't remember, but he worked for them. We were both in the military when he was investing his money through them, and he ended up saving up a couple $100,000, and he was just talking about ways to pretty much hedge your money and how to make the most of it. And we were just floating ideas, and then that came about, and I said, that's a really good idea. So then I just started doing, no, not acorns. I hate acorns too. I started doing that through Fidelity, and so I just bought popcorny stocks. I did QQQ at first as well, so I maintained a position there. Then I wanted my children, they like playing what's the name of that app? Freaking it's not Minecraft, it's what is the name of this shit, man? Why can't I think right now? It's the one where you can make your own video game on it and play as an avatar. My God, what the hell is this shit called, man? Anyway, I
know what you're talking about. I can't even think of myself. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I bought them stock in that. I bought them stock in Tesla when Tesla was popping. I just continuously, and of course a lot of other index stocks, etc. And that's what I'm doing, man. And all I'm doing is looking for perspective so that I can start to, grow it a little bit further than what it is right now in each one of their portfolio. Yeah, Roblox. Lord have mercy.
Roblox.
Roblox.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why I don't trade
Roblox.
stocks when I'm drunk, because I know I'll fuck up something. I mess up something.
Roblox,
Yeah.
yeah. Roblox is always moving
Yeah,
crazy.
man. That's a
is,
strong
man.
community.
Roblox. A lot of people don't know, man. That's like that's the future. It looks cheesy.
That is.
But it looks cheesy, but it's the future. But beyond that, but yeah, that's what I'm doing, and that's what I'm looking for perspective with QQQ, etc., so that I can take all of their portfolios to the next level. Right now,
Think about
it.
What is World Blocks or what is
Roblox.
I mean, like you look at little kids now, the way they growing up in school now, they doing a lot of program development at these early stages now. And that's what they call STEM and all these different programs they put in these little high schools. But these little kids can get out here and develop on Roblox.
Yes.
And you can actually establish them through that program. That's what I've been thinking about.
Yeah, Roblox is essentially like a C-level programmers thing.
Early development program, and they can monetize
it. The things they do on that platform, it's ridiculous. The things that they can come up with, and it's all coding. That's the point. You have 4 and 5-year-olds coding on Roblox, and so that's why it's so prevalent, and that's why it's so good to have a position in it. You don't have to have a very big position, and I don't. I got a couple grand in it, but other than that, yeah.
Hey, Blacks, do you think trading, because I think having kids, obviously it's a blessing, but when you're trading for your kid and they're 1 year old and you're thinking about this is gonna like kind of, it's gonna take 18 years to really see
to mature,
right? Does that like give you a whole different perspective on trading?
It does, because I know I can make a lot more mistakes. I have time. Time in this case.
Y'all still receive $3,000 off the Roth IRA?
Say again.
I had a Roth IRA account. I started at $20,000, and I think my grandson.
Let me get Solid Snake out of here. Go ahead. I want you to finish your thought.
I moved. Like I still have a Roth, but I also rolled that over into a TSP, thrift savings plan.
Oh, okay.
I have access to that as well. But I still have a Roth as well. But my point is, yes, it does give you it gives you a clarity, I would say, because like I said, my youngest ones, I can be a little bit more bullish. I don't have to be like, oh man, if I do this wrong, they're not going to have any money. Whereas my 15-year-old, she has 3 to 5 years before I bequeath that to her. I kind of lay off the send button a little bit.
Hey Blacks. You mentioned the acronym TSP. Can you give the audience an idea what that acronym means?
So a TSP, a thrift savings plan, is like a Roth IRA. You can get a lot more. What's the term I'm looking for? A lot more bang for your buck with the thrift savings plan. Your returns are hedged by the federal government. They give you all sorts of. They match the money that you put into your thrift savings plan, and if you have access to a thrift savings plan, you have won the lottery in a sense. Because
you have to be a government employee to get a thrift savings.
You have to be either a government employee or you have to work like civilian side or military side. I got introduced to it when I joined the military, and I've maintained it. I even borrowed from it. I borrowed like $10,000 from it years ago.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear. Like
one of my friends is a TSP millionaire. I remember when he had nothing.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear so people don't go out thinking they can go out and find a TSP product.
Yeah. You
Exactly.
can't.
I was just about to think because I know I couldn't get in there.
You might be able to figure something out, Solid Snake.
Hey, is Master Kim still here? I know his avatar is still up, and I'm not sure if he's still here.
Yeah, he's still here.
I'm just going to invest in my business now.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, I know you probably have to get out of here. But I want
Edward Jones, Cam the King. Edward Jones is the one that my friend both worked for and has a position in. Absolutely. Edward Jones. I couldn't think of it. I don't know why.
Edward Jones, I think, is a fairly conservative firm. They're not as willing and dealing like some of the other ones.
Yeah, very true. Very true. They have a lot of
Master Kim, before you go out, and you're welcome to say as long as you want, but I wanted to get this point out before you left. It's a recurring point that you've made throughout this show, and I've heard you say the same thing on CT's show. And that's one of the reasons why I did this show was because this guy, in my opinion, if he had operated a little bit more discreetly, he'd still be alive. That's just my opinion, Master Kim. And I think that, that flossing and want to be seen.
What are you talking about?
Well, I started off the show about a restaurant owner in Atlanta was killed in broad daylight.
Damn.
And his Bentley or Rolls Royce, I'm sorry, was left behind. They didn't even take the car.
Why did they kill him? It wasn't a robbery.
Well, it may have been a robbery going bad, and they just fled.
They're gonna take that Bentley. What?
Well, he was in the Bentley, so maybe they didn't feel like dragging him out of there or whatever.
Probably a hit. That doesn't sound like Atlanta.
It very well could have been a hit, but whatever the case may be, when you're doing business like that in the hood, or anywhere really, it's not a good idea to flaunt your success and your wealth in front of the people that work for you, as well as the people that allow you to gain that wealth.
That's a fact.
I'm not saying you can't have it, but you may not want to show up at the restaurant, as Master Kim always talks about, parking from the building with your big Rolls Royce. Someone is more likely to be agitated by that and act on it than someone would be happy for you having attained it. And so this young man, he was assassinated. I think that if he hadn't spent so much money riding in private jets and Rolls Royces, he probably would be alive today, among other things. But his businesses may have failed, but he might still be alive. And so Master Kim talks about that a lot. You can't be out here flaunting, just showing off your wealth. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to do this.
What I say, it's difficult in the community amongst Black people to even try to be successful amongst so many failures. And it's the God's honest truth. I go out my door, I got 40-year-old gangbangers,
And Master Kim, let me ask Master Kim. Master Kim, have you heard of Hutch in Detroit?
No. That's the guy that was robbed on his doorstep, but it was an inside job with his wife, right?
Yeah. Hutch. He was kind of the same way, where it's like he's a jeweler in Detroit, but he was flashy with it though, and they ended up knocking him off, man.
That's why. Serious?
Yeah, man. Over some.
Hutch is
Hutch jeweler.
Probably about $20,000 worth of jewelry. He lost his life because somebody couldn't be successful.
Master Kim, how you know all this ghetto shit?
Yeah, bro. Because what HB's mentioned, that shocked Detroit to see an African American jeweler gunned down on his front porch. But I think it was an inside job too, like the wife.
Yo, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this shit right here. Look at this shit right here. Yo, look at this shit right here.
He's white.
Yeah, no, he's white. Hutch was white. Yeah, Hutch was white.
Look at this shit right here.
Arabic. He might have been Arabic though.
Nah.
More than likely.
Look at this shit right here. Yo, look at this shit right here.
Looks like a Jew.
Attorney wrote himself into jeweler's will, plotted to have him murdered.
Yep. Yeah, but it's kind of that same thing where it's like when you selling when the majority of your clients are from the hood, you can't really be the face of things. You know, that was Hutch right there though. Hutch was super flashy.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, man. I tell you, man, I stay away from nigga shit like the plague. I'm trying
But
to
you
tell
know
you.
what's crazy though, Blacks though, with him, it was his lawyer that got him
Lawyer.
knocked off.
Yeah, listen, when I say nigga shit, I'm not talking about black people.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I'm saying
low down dirty motherfucker.
I'm saying the jewelry business is
Yeah.
low down and dirty. I used to work for some Jordanians, man, in Chicago. I used to work with them. I'm telling too much. Listen, all I know is these guys were cutthroat. Okay,
Yeah.
Cutthroat, and they would do anything to anybody depending on how much money they had. Period. I'm talking about they were the proponents robbing other. Anyway, all I'm saying is I stay away from nigga shit.
Was he selling wedding rings or was he selling bling bling?
He was selling bling.
He was selling bling bling.
That's what he calls himself right there. Bling.
Listen, man.
I was on that one, Black. I'm with you on that one, Blacks.
Yeah, I know. My dog. Listen, these guys. There's a guy out of New York. I can't remember. He's a Jew, and he does the same stuff, man. He can't stay out of the limelight. He's been on YouTube for years, dude, talking about how.
Oh, you're talking about the gold, the guy that melts all the gold and stuff.
Yeah, talking
yeah,
about how people fuck you over, and he's been fucked over so many times by people he's trained of all races and creeds, but especially no one more than a damn. You know what? Never mind. Listen. Just I stay away from nigger shit, man. And the jewelry business, in that regard, is nigger shit.
Yeah, you selling those big gold chains. Yeah, you're gonna really be getting yourself in some trouble because you have to wear that stuff to sell it. It's like what Master Kim was talking about earlier. There are some elements of business where you got to floss, and that's a business where you got to show off to sell what you're selling, and that puts you in the position where someone could legitimately rob you.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Always look broke.
I already know. Listen, I already know Master Kim got to play. I already know he got a pair of Cardis at the crib, but he keep them at the crib. He don't be wearing those Cardis out. Master Kim don't be wearing this shit out, man. Probably keep it in the safe somewhere.
Oh yeah, so the sneak floss. Now keep in mind these people's kids and wives might be flossing, but the guy himself going to these stores or hotels or whatnot are just looking all Humpty Dumpty-ish, and that is almost comical how looking like a buster in the black community you get played with, but looking like a buster in any other business community, that's par for the course. I don't know if that makes any sense at all. And I think it's because these are businessmen out there chasing it, and that does make a difference, right? Because if I was a businessman single, yeah, I'd be out there flossing too. You almost have to a degree.
The thing is that what I would say is that, for most of my life, I worked 2 jobs. Is that, every now and then, I ain't gonna say every now and then, but I'll take 2-3 year breaks. And this is probably the longest break I've ever been on. And so I think that when I don't work like a job, and I don't think I worked in maybe 3 years or so. I don't know how long it's been, but you look at your money a little differently when you know that your income is dependent on everything, people paying you as opposed to you getting that check every 2 weeks. You get a little loose with your money if you know, hey, damn, if I can just make it to Friday, everything be back good, we restart. And I think that's one of the downsides of working is that it doesn't make you as thrifty as you would be because you have a check coming. Yeah, get crack here.
Get crack in the building.
All right, what's up?
So
What's
get
up,
crack. when you go and buy your chains and your bling bling, the accessories and stuff, do you flaunt it, or you just kind of keep it
No,
at home?
man, I look like a bum, man.
No,
I was just like, especially with COVID and stuff. I'm like, I'm just gonna be a bum for real now. It's like it's not important anymore. And in like I spend most of my time in Northern California and Southern California. It's like you really don't need to worry. Everybody dresses like a bum out here. It's like, man, hipster or homeless. That was always the meme, right? Are you a hipster or are you homeless? You can't tell. And yeah, you can't tell who's rich, who's poor. You can't tell up here.
I ain't gonna lie. After COVID too, man, I really stopped caring about all of that stuff, man. I started growing my hair out after COVID. I was like, I don't even go to the barber no more, man. Fuck the barber.
Yeah, cut your own hair for real.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I bought so many pairs of sweats. I used to never wear sweatpants until COVID.
The problem with that though is like, man, if you can start getting fat a little bit, it's like you can't tell until way too late. You're just like, wait a minute, oh shit.
Nah, bro, I gained maybe like 30 pounds after COVID.
Whoa.
Man. Yeah,
ooh.
I just stopped giving a fuck, man. COVID really did something to my spirit, man. I was just like, man, everything is fake, man. All this shit is fake, man.
Yeah, huh? So some people got that lesson from COVID. Maybe some people got other lessons from COVID, but yeah, it's an eye opener. I think it was a good shit test. COVID-19. It was a good shit test.
That's all it was.
Yeah. That's why, like, I look at everything now as a shit test. Even with Kamala, like I do think she has a chance of winning, but it's really gonna be a shit test for America if she does win, because I think it's gonna have kind of the opposite effect, because I think with COVID it kind of separated a lot of people, but with her, I think it's gonna bring a lot of people together, honestly, because the way they've gone about it, she's just really, I mean, she's the most unpopular Democrat in history. So it's gonna be, this is really just a shit test for America right now. They're really giving you the worst of the worst. How are
There's
people
no way.
gonna react to it?
There's
I
no
got
way.
a question. Do you think America can survive? I'm talking about a natural born American citizen at this point. Can survive 4 more months, let alone 4 more years under this current administration. It ain't gonna be a shit test. It's gonna be a survival exam.
You know, that brings up a topic that I want to get Crack to kind of talk about, which goes back to that milkshake theory that and I think this will kind of answer your question, Snake. Get Crack, I was reading something the other night. You ever heard of the UNS review? Get Crack?
UNS review. Sounds familiar too. Man, what the? Is that some blog?
Yeah, it's a blog.
Is that Molbug guy?
No, it's Ron UNS. He's actually out of California. He ran for the Senate.
Ron
UNS.
UNS.
I can hear you pecking over there, Get Crack.
I
know you're researching that.
Ron UNS. Yeah, sounds familiar.
Yeah, he was a California guy, ran for Senate. I think he's a tech guy. But look at this right here. Can you see the headline? Get Crack.
Shadow money system. Okay.
So it kind of gets at that milkshake theory that you talk about, right?
Yeah, you should zoom in for the guys in chat. They always keep complaining. You keep forgetting to zoom in for.
I did. I probably didn't zoom in enough. How about that?
Okay. Yeah.
So he has this graph, and you has anyone ever heard of the euro dollar?
Yeah, I mentioned that.
Yeah.
Get Craig, do you want to explain the euro dollar?
So I explained this on one of those Bitcoin streams, and don't get fooled by the name. This is not Forex, okay? This is not euro dollar, like as in, okay, I'm doing euro to dollar or dollar to euro.
Correct.
That's correct, right? So this is what sets your interest rates too. And they replaced. So I don't know why they call it the euro dollar, but let's say it's the euro dollar system. Okay, so everyone sets every fiat currency to something, and this is the way they would set the interest rates for all the central banks. So this is so you could think of the euro dollar as a system, as how they would decide not just the currency rates in the forex. This is how they would decide the interest rates between all the central banks. Is that right?
Something along those lines.
Something along those lines. I don't know fully what it is, because I just look at it as, okay, this is some guy's market to figure out how to hedge future changes in central bank policy. So just like the Fed's futures that I talked about yesterday night, I mentioned briefly. This is the other way, but they replaced the euro dollar market with the SOFR, right? You guys talked about that before too. SOFR.
I don't remember talking about that.
I think Master Kim or somebody said something about that. I think, yeah, LIBOR, I think, right?
Oh, LIBOR, yeah, I think they replaced
LIBOR and SOFR are the same. So, so the SOFR is the secured overnight financing rate, and LIBOR is based off of that. So LIBOR used to be probably based off the euro dollar market, but now we switched over to SOFR. So all these things are related.
So do you remember when they got rid of like the 30-year treasury gig, right? I think they got rid of 30, right?
I think we still have 30. I think they got rid of the 20.
20, right. I knew it was one of them they got rid of.
But they brought back the 20 though during Trump's of course,
time. You know these things. So I used to work at Fannie Mae, and we used to have to build out a yield curve.
Ooh, oh, you're gonna confuse all these guys. Okay, try to explain that. What's a yield curve, John?
Yeah, I'm already confused.
Yeah, what's a yield curve, John? What's backwardation, John? What's explain to these guys.
So you got a yield curve. The yield curve, the theory is that the longer you go out, the higher the rate you will demand the rate will be, right? So let's see if there's an image of a yield curve.
Yeah, let's get an image.
Let's see. That is a yield curve. Now this is an inverted yield curve, if I'm not mistaken, right? I'm just going off memory here, and this is more like a normal yield curve. So as the maturity goes,
you gotta show that, John. I don't think anybody. Okay, there we go. There we go.
I got it.
Am I not showing it? Okay.
I got it. I got you, John.
So this is a normal yield curve. You see maturity increases as the yield goes up, right? So the yield to maturity is going up. This is an inverted yield curve where the yield goes down as the maturity increases. So in the short term, the yield is high. In the long term, the yield goes low. So it's kind of an inverted yield curve, as they will call it. That's right, Geek, right?
Yeah, I think
right.
so.
And so if you were building out rates and the government, let's say the government didn't have a 20-year rate that you could like benchmark off of when you're building this curve, you would extrapolate, say, if you had a 10-year yield curve, a 10-year, there'll be a T-bond, right? A 10-year T-bond, you may have a 30-year T-bond. And so you would extrapolate how the yield curve would be shaped based upon the 10, the 30, and the overnight rate, which is
so John, you would basically be telling people, hey, if I have a small duration instrument, so I have like a 5-month bond of some sort, right? So compared to like a 10-year bond, it should ideally have lower interest rates for the guy that wants to have a short-term loan, right? That's basically what you're saying.
Right. So if you buy a 1-month CD versus a 12-month CD, the interest rates on the 1 month would be lower than it would be for the 12.
Okay.
Unless you're in an inverted yield curve, which is the one to the right, where your interest rates in the shorter term.
So why would that happen, John? Why would someone pay a lot of yield for a shorter term? What kind of market is that looking like?
I think that would have to do like with confidence, where people say, hey, I don't want to go long. I think that's right. Right. That there will be, because again, there there is some demand supply as well with these curves, where the higher the curve is, there's going to be more demand. More people with money willing to accept the rate. In the inverted yield curve, where clearly no one is going to want to go long.
So you're saying that's a crappy company on the right and a good company on the left?
Well,
Is that what you're saying?
It probably would be a bad economy.
Okay.
Right. Because if you were saying, hey, I'll loan you money short, give me a high rate, but no one's going to go long when the rates are lower. And that's my thoughts anyway, that no one will go long on lower rates when they could just get a higher rate in the short end. What I'm talking about here is this yield curve right here. The rates clearly are higher in the short term. So why would you go long and loan someone money out here when they could just loan you money here and get a higher rate of return? That would be a sign of kind of a bad economy. No confidence beyond this point.
So left be Trump and then right would be Kamala.
Yeah, left would be like, okay, this is Switzerland, and then right would be like Argentina or some shit.
Damn.
I mean, in theory, but there are other things that come into play, right? But
yeah,
if I'm wrong, I think Ryan is saying no, so I could be wrong. It's been years since I discussed.
Yeah, I think that this is quite an important topic that has to be because the other thing too right now is you're going to have the situation on the right, which is what we had in 2021. That's why the 2021 stock market started collapsing, was because the interest rates started jacking up from Jerome Powell. He started raising those rates, so the short-term rates started going way high, and all the 30-year bonds and all that stuff was like nobody wanted them anymore, because they're like, why am I getting low interest rates for my 30-year bonds when I could just buy these T-bills that keep going up and up in interest rates? So somebody could forcibly cause this to happen, which has nothing to do with the economy.
Hold on, get correct. You probably lost people when you mentioned T-bills. T-bills are short-term bonds.
Yeah.
So they are right in here.
Which is what Solid State was trying to ask me. Yep.
Right. So in an upside down economy, people buying T-bills, they will be getting rates like this. Right. Now here's a thought of mine that I thought a long time ago, get crack, and you tell me if you think differently. When they lowered the interest rates down to like this on a long-term mortgages and things like that, when the interest rates were down to nothing, right? Who did that help and hurt, in your opinion? I've long had this.
Yeah. I mean,
let me rephrase the question.
You want me to answer? It helps people that are. This is Ryan.
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
It helps people that are going to deploy capital, etc. It's the whole goal is to stimulate the economy by cutting interest rates. They're essentially trying to motivate people to borrow money to deploy capital.
All right. Okay. So
which has a stimulating effect on the economy.
Let me ask you the question again.
Yes.
If I lower rates down to, let's say, 1%, does that help? Who does that help or hurt?
Well, to me, in my opinion, John,
this is very important.
It would hurt. It would hurt the stock market, but it would help everything else.
Okay. That's one answer. Anyone else got an answer here?
No.
HB, can you explain that a little bit more clear? Because a similar situation happened to me.
Hold on, don't explain it yet.
It doesn't hurt someone.
If I lower interest rates down to 1%, as they were during most of Obama's term, and I'm not blaming Obama, I'm just giving the time reference. Who does that help or hurt?
I mean, okay, John. I mean, it helps the rich people in that case, right? But
how so?
Because they can get all these low interest rates loan quite easily because their credit is very good, right? So the credit is good. They have a lot of collateral they can put up. They can get tons of these low interest.
Hold on, let me ask you one question, because you don't know what I'm thinking.
I know where you're going. Yeah.
Can a person with a 625 credit score, which ain't bad, but it ain't good.
Which ain't bad, but yeah, that's
ain't good, right?
That ain't good. No way, man.
Can they borrow money down here? Is anyone willing to loan someone money down here if the interest rates?
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely. So at that point, interest rates don't matter to a poor person.
Exactly, John. That's the problem. So in theory, in your textbooks, in your economics 101 textbooks, it'll be like lower interest rates stimulates economy. Economy for whom? Whom? WHOM.
Wait, get correct. That's why I say when the interest rates are really low, it hurts the stock market because
it actually helps the stock market. HB actually, it does. Yeah, it does.
The only reason I say that though is because when the interest rates are really low,
you're so wrong on that one, HB. If I'm a company and I got billions of dollars, let's say I'm a software company, and my CFO has told me, hey, it's better to not have debt and just be heavy on cash, as many software companies are, right? Get correct?
Yeah.
Most software companies are very heavy on cash and very light on debt in the balance sheet, right? Right?
Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah, I don't want people to think I'm out here spouting bullshit. We can look up a cash flow statement, a balance sheet if you like. But typically, tech companies don't carry a lot of debt. Very profitable companies don't carry a lot of debt. If they do, it's more or less because of their debt composition, which makes them more profitable. But once you lower the interest rates down to 1%, things like that, you're going to bring people into the market for debt that otherwise wouldn't be there. Hey, man, 1%, cool, I'll take that because my cost of capital is so low at this point. Basically, my cost of capital is free. So I can go out and buy me robots. I can go out and buy robots. And all that shit you talking about, these $20 an hour jobs, cool. You've lowered the rate of interest for me, where in business they do things like an internal rate of return, IRR. Let me show you that so you know I ain't bullshitting. Right?
Hey, John, can you hear me? John, can you hear me?
Yeah.
No. All right. So the only reason I said is bad for the market when the interest rates are real low is because now you have the real rich people that are going out and buying properties because the interest rates are so low.
Right. That's good. That's good for rich people.
They can go buy a bunch of businesses, properties. They can buy up all these condos.
Isn't that good?
It's good to a certain extent, but now their money's not in the stocks. So
that's wrong. That's wrong, HB, because they have leverage. Because the interest rates are going down, that means their brokerage doesn't charge them as much for that leverage. So a lot of rich people, they don't use their own money to buy stocks at some point. They're in margin accounts where that's the problem. That's why I keep saying liquidity. Oh, where's the liquidity?
Get cracked. We're gonna teach them. We're gonna teach them from the ground up. Get cracked.
John.
It's I'm not gonna lie. It's hard to think like a billionaire sometimes, man.
That's the problem. Yes, that's it, HB. That's why even I'm not a billionaire. I gotta think like them, right? Because then I understand because if you can't think like a billionaire, you keep thinking the stock market's gonna crash. The stock market's gonna crash, and people on YouTube keep spouting this stuff. It's like you're not understanding the big money. They will, even if the economy is shit on Main Street, like you're going to like Yazoo, Mississippi, and going around looking for a bunch of Saudis, and you think like America's gone to shit, but it doesn't matter. It could be total shit, and the stock market could be going 10x higher.
The key to success and the key to failure. We become what we think about. Now let me say that again. We become what we think about. Throughout all history, the great wise men and
Oh, John, what are you doing?
I got something better than that. Let's see.
The human race is fixed, not to prevent the strong from winning, but to prevent the weak from losing.
Yeah, that's true.
The American economy today can be likened to a convoy in time of war. The entire economy is slowed down to protect its weakest link, just as the convoy had to go at the speed that would permit its slowest vessel to remain in formation. That's why it's so easy to make a living today. It takes no particular brains or talent to make a living and support a family today.
So easy. You just have to understand, you just have to know the way of the world and the business that you're operating in, the environment that you're working in. Like, you know, one of the reasons why I did this stream right here, you know, like this boy here got killed because he didn't understand the way of the world and his environment. You know, and so we're learning here, you know, like most people, like HB, like most people don't understand, like when they lower those interest rates, you hear poor people clapping and like seals thinking that the government has done something. Nah, they didn't do anything for you. They just lowered your standard of living and you didn't even know it.
Yep.
Right? Am I right?
It's insidious. It's insidious, isn't it? It's so insidious because the level of thinking here, it's just like, oh man, you're getting fooled again. You got hoodwinked. And it's just like, oh. Yeah.
Hey, John.
Yeah, what's up, you correct?
And I hate to bring
I'm sorry.
racism.
Yeah.
I hate to bring racism into this, but I just want to bring just a half a teaspoon. I don't even know what that would be called on a measuring.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Mexican, you always have free range here.
So this guy that got gunned down, he had a Uncle John Galt in his life, or Uncle John Galt as a father, which teaches a young man, just like you have to teach a young man how to handle their aggression, how to handle womanizing, also how to handle downplaying your success for multiple reasons. And that could also add to these young people flossing like that is coming from a fragmented home where they do want to like overreach and look uber successful when there's no need for that. So that plays into it as well, is, you know, underachievers and poor people finally touch some success, they overdo it, just like me faking the funk with that Escalade, you know, same thing, you know. It took this Mexican guy to set me straight how stupid I looked, you know. But yeah, so a lot of these successful business owners and nightclub people, I think if they had a little bit more stable family and an Uncle John Galt in their life, that speaks volumes. And that's where I think the white community just thrives, because they do have these uncles with a tow truck record business, or so they do get some conservative insight all along the way of how much of a clown they would look buying a McLaren, you know.
It's like the man that told you, hey, don't put that pinstripe on this Navigator, buy yourself a house. There's no one there. There's no break. There's no constraint to say, hey man, boy, you're gonna get yourself killed riding around in that Rolls Royce in the ghetto. You can't ride around no damn Martin Luther King, nothing, in a Rolls Royce, talking about you doing business. You're all on Instagram, flossing about how much money you got, a private plane. There's people out here that would kill you for that. Matter of fact, they may kill you, don't even take the shit. And you know, Mexican, you know, like that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do this stream, you know, as an advice, you know, like it's somewhat advice. You know what I'm saying? I walk around the ghetto, nobody bothers me. Look how I look every day, right? You see me on stream every day. I don't look at anything special. And I played this clip, Master Kim, maybe a week or two ago. And it's kind of, you know, this advice right here, if this boy listened to this right here and applied it to his own life, he'd still be alive. Let me know if you're able to hear this right here.
You were always very slow to get up. Consistent, though. Why?
Well, you get up the same time each time so that your enemy don't know when you're hurt or when you have to get up slow. And it gives you an advantage. That's simple. You know, if one time you get up real slow and look like you're hurt, they're going to come at you the next play and try to kill you. But if you get up slow every time, you conserve energy and you camouflage everything.
That's some Machiavelli shit right there. That's some real Machiavellian shit right there. And this boy here, no one told him, man, you better get up slow. You better figure out a way to stay alive, bro. That's the key to everything. You ride that Rolls Royce till they kill your ass in it. All they had to do was get up slow, man. Rise up slow, man. trying to open up 7 restaurants in 4 years. You jumping up too fast. Somebody gonna recognize you.
That sounds like that Kanye West song. Don't rush to be grown. Drive slow, homie.
Drive slow.
You
You're
remember
gonna
that
hear
song?
one to drive fast and big. And I guarantee you, Master Kim, I guarantee you, and I don't even know this boy, but I guarantee you he ain't had the success that you've had, Get Crackers had. But here he is driving a Rolls Royce in the ghetto. So he got his just come up,
Probably.
right? And he got his, he got what the hood was
It was
serving.
probably.
Drop out and drop and
It
come
was
back
probably
in.
a Rolls Royce on a.
Hold on. Damn, this is Ryan. Just back up.
Yeah, Ryan, you got some feedback, Ryan.
I muted him. Go ahead.
Yeah, nah, it was probably a lease too. That's the fucked up part. That Rolls Royce, he probably was leasing that thing. I'm not trying to hate on him, but
No,
I
that's
know
not
how
true.
niggas be. I know how niggas is though, man. It's so, a lot of times when you see these rappers too, especially these niggas be getting killed. They can't even pay for the funeral, man.
That's very true.
These niggas be they be flossing, they be having all these chains, but as soon as they die, they be having to do a GoFundMe for their funeral, man. Like, god damn, that nigga had money.
You know what's crazy about that, HB? I have a friend who used to sell Rolls Royces in the ghetto in Atlanta, not in the ghetto, but in Atlanta, right? Or lease them or whatever the hell these people do. And I wouldn't be surprised if he leased the damn Rolls Royce to this man that got himself killed.
Yeah,
How many people?
I would bet that he leased it. I would bet that he leased that Rolls Royce, man. He didn't pay for that Rolls Royce cash. He ain't buy that Rolls Royce cash,
In fact,
man.
I think you have to pay cash for a Rolls Royce because they don't make but a handful of them, right?
No, but you can lease them from somebody else though. You can like lease it like so a
Oh yeah, that's
company
right.
will buy it. Yeah, a company will buy it and then you can lease it from that company. So you paying a premium on the Rolls Royce. You putting down 20,000 to lease it, just to pay 3 grand every month. Probably closer to like 8 grand a month just to look like you got money.
Hey, Master Kim, you've opened up a restaurant before, right?
Yes.
Before the restaurant opens, you go into the restaurant trying to get it open. You probably hauling supplies and shit like that to the restaurant, right?
Yes.
Would you want to haul those supplies in your Rolls Royce?
Oh no, I had a hooptied out Suburban. A Suburban is an excellent vehicle, right? It could fit the whole family in. It could fit 42 cases of 32-ounce Gatorade. Yeah, the Suburban's dope. John, there's one thing I wanted to mention, and I want to be able to articulate this in a clear way. In your neighborhood, it's almost like these business owners like the Patels and the Vietnamese and the Koreans and many other cultures, there's almost a healthy teaspoon of player haterness. And what I'm trying to say is observing, why did that car wash not fix their sign after the hurricane came through? Why is that restaurant closing up early? Why are they no longer opened up on Sundays? All these little telltale signs of businesses that are struggling cash flow wise. So therefore, an opportunity happens where you get to stop in, introduce yourself, leave them with the business card. Are they interested in leasing out the property? Some, of course, they're going to be offended and kind of read you the riot act. But then a year and a half later, they'll be calling you, trying to see if they're still interested. But it's almost like being observant to all these businesses that are around you at some busy intersections. And I'm sure we all kind of do it subconsciously, but it's paying attention to the slow signs of, the bad Google reviews or Facebook reviews, the closing early, deferred maintenance where stuff is getting not fixed or whatnot. Just leaves that door open. Yes.
Master Kim, you're almost describing these people like sharks.
Just kind
in a good way. I'm not saying in a bad way.
Yes, in a good way. And I'm talking about independence, not corporate stores. I'm talking about franchise locations or individual locations where you just see different change. And it's haterade too. I want that location. How can I get it for almost nothing? And it's just kind of observing differences. And when it's white and black people, it's bound to happen because the kids go away to school. They don't want to come back and run the trophy shop or some weird business that requires such a skill set that only the owner has, you know.
So that makes these businesses clearly have to operate very efficiently. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a hell of a lot of competition there, man. Like, damn.
Yeah.
Now, the only difference would be are these minority businesses is, you know, they'll run these son of guns forever. There aren't as many opportunities, but it's just looking for signs of inefficiencies, like you mentioned, or like, you know, I'm using, you know, their street sign being messed up and they've not replaced it. What? You're operating a business and it's either A, they didn't have commercial insurance, B, they're having cash flow problems if they don't fix their street sign. That's a very good telltale sign that there's a
Really?
business worth trying to put a bid on or offer on or wait till they go out of business.
Really? Or are these people like sidling up to you like, hey man, I see your sign ain't fixed. Need some money?
Yeah.
Need some help?
No, you have to do it in a little bit clever way because they're going to lie, and of course they got business pride. But there's other ways, and especially if you look like a minority, and they know that you're trying to size up the business and see if he's for sale or available, you know. So there's probably a little bit clever ways to stop in. Just give your business card and say, hey, if you guys are ever thinking about selling, and just leave it at that. But you already assume, and you're looking around, you see that they're out of Red Bull or they're out of key things that make a business, aside from the place just being slow. If the place is too clean, that means that they're not doing business, right? Because they've got a lot of time on their hand.
Damn.
If the place is too dirty, they're not, you know, it's almost like too hot, too cold, just in between is what you want. The places that aren't too clean but aren't too filthy either, you know. And of course I'm saying generalizations, but you know, businesses that are off the hook, they don't got time to be dusting and cleaning and making things look immaculate because it just costs a lot more money labor wise.
It's very interesting, Mexican. Very interesting.
Oh yeah, is that kind of goofy? You would never think that a place that's too pristine and clean could be a bad sign. Who would ever think that, right?
He's right though, man. He's right. The places that, man, like the places that look like shitholes, a lot of times those are the places that are doing pretty decent, man.
Yeah, that's what.
Especially after COVID, I saw a lot of businesses that didn't open back up because they got robbed during COVID. There's a liquor store up the street from me. They got robbed during COVID. They were back up the next week, fully stocked. The next week.
Next week. That's Chicago for you. But are you saying
next week?
Are you saying, Master Kim, that they have no liquidity? They don't have any finance, you know, no petty cash to speak of because they've utilized all their liquidity to make themselves the best and brightest on the block?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. And
Okay.
then keep in mind, Blacks, that you can run a crappy business for a long time, for 2 or 3 years. You can run and these people don't have equity in the home to take out or a 401 to cash in to get another kind of jump start with the business. So by the time these guys are ready to tap out, they've been on fumes for years, and everyone in the industry knows it. You know, they're competitors or whatnot.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yep. There's a question I wanted to ask the panel here because my pea brain just couldn't understand it. So my 401 has grown. The rate of return, the rate is at 13%. And I do have a corporate job. And this is very common with the Patels and Asians that with the married couple, one person's going to be the entrepreneur and one person's going to be the nerdy pharmacist for that guaranteed income. In my situation, I've got the corporate job and my wife is the entrepreneur. Plus, I'm also involved in other businesses. So with my coworker, I said, hey, I noticed that our 401, the growth average is at 13%. And my coworker said, yes, he thinks it has to do with the high interest rates. And I shook my head, confused. So I'm asking the panel here, how would high interest rates lead to improvements in the stock market and the value of the dollar? And this guy is a very smart guy that said it, but I was too embarrassed to ask him to explain it. Does that make any sense that our return in our 401 portfolio would have increased better because of high interest rates? What am I missing here?
It's only
So is my mic okay? By the way, my mic working?
Yes.
Yeah, you good.
Yeah,
You good, right?
yeah, you're good.
All right. So
Yeah,
it
you're good,
really
Ryan.
isn't it's not correlated. Like, so usually when they cut rates, the stock market it'll spur the market, right? So the whole thing about rates, and I hear you guys talking about it, you know, it's somewhat separate. So the rates are impacted, and they essentially either heat up the economy or cool off the economy. When inflation is going up, they raise interest rates so that people will borrow less money and to borrow less, and therefore it has a negative effect on the economy. They want to slow it down, right? And then they cut rates to speed it up. You follow me? Because then people want to borrow money to build
Yes.
business, right? So, and if you think about it like this, right? So it's it's a hard concept to grasp, but if I am a person and I go, okay, they just cut rates, I'm going to buy a truck, right? I buy I borrow money. Rates are down to 1%. I borrow that money. I get the money from the bank, essentially, and I give it to the car dealer, right? At 1%. The car dealer, what's he do with his money? He puts it back in the bank. But then everyone's buying the truck from the car dealer. So he says, I'm going to build a building, right? He goes and and he has to borrow money to do that. Everyone finances things to build and everything else because it's leveraged. It's called leveraging, right? But the money goes back into the bank. Essentially, that's how they're creating money, right?
Hey,
They're
Ryan.
really just, yeah.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So essentially, what they're doing is called a money multiplier, and the effect. What it does is essentially creates money into an economy, but it's really all leveraged money. It's all borrowed, and then people are paying it back over time, right? You see what I'm saying? So that's one of the ways when they say they're printing money. That's one of the ways they do it is by that effect, and it's a money multiplier. Because then the car dealer builds a building, he gives money to contractors. The contractors go, man, we got all these new buildings we're building, and then he puts money back in the bank. It sits in the bank again, right? So essentially, this has a multiplying effect down the line. But the money always goes back into the bank.
Hey, Master Kim, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
wait. Yeah, no, I wanted to ask Master Kim. Did he answer your question? Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm still confused.
Yeah.
So I didn't really address this question. So normally when they cut rates, stock market goes up because people are assuming it's going to kick off more business. They're going to build buildings. People are borrowing money to go do things, right? At better interest rates. Well, for example, like, hey, I want to open up my next store. I got 5 stores. I'm a pizza guy. I got 5 stores. Like, well, tell you what, they just cut rates. So it's really a good time to borrow money at a low interest rate and build that new building and you see what I'm saying? So usually when they cut rates, the market will take off. The reason the market's hot this summer is because they're assuming a rates cut is coming this fall. It's going to be good for business. The market is usually ahead of what actually happens. It's anticipating what's going to happen. You follow me? So that's why when they see that inflation go up, they go, oh no, they're going to raise rates, and then that's going to pull money back out of the economy. And they have to cool off the economy. Therefore, let's get out of the market right now. It's a bad time to have money in the market, right? Because those stocks lose value against bonds. That's a whole nother story. So the fact that rates are high is not why your portfolio is hot. The fact that a lot of your big companies have laid off a ton of people, they're more profitable, et cetera. And the speculation of a rate cut is really fueling the
Interesting.
the situation.
I didn't think about that. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
There we go. And I think that's what I was kind of saying about the interest rates being low. Kind of hurts the stock market, but Get Crack pretty much he corrected me in that thinking that for the billionaires it really doesn't matter because they're gonna hedge it regardless, so it doesn't really matter.
No, I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that.
Yeah, and so another thing. So when they cut rates, when they cut the interest rates, people will refinance homes. That means banks are making money. Like it makes people go buy things essentially.
and it's a consumer-based economy. So, I mean, so the whole idea is called Keynesian economics. It was written by a guy called John Maynard Keynes. It says the economy will do well as long as they have capital, they have money. But when people are sitting on their money and not building buildings and not buying trucks and not buying anything, the economy locks up, right? So it's a demand-based economy. To spur demand, they do two things. A, cut taxes, because then people with money will spend it. Or B, they do handouts, which is where they give people money and they go blow it, right? So there's two ways to stimulate the economy, and it's usually by government intervention at some level. So, but the whole idea is to get money in people's hands so they blow it, whether it's people with money or people that don't have any money. Just get them spending and the economy takes off. That's the whole idea.
Yeah, Friedman was a proponent of this. Having, it's about having the actual money available to spend versus like Ryan just pontificating, printing it ad nauseum and thinking that it's going to have anything but a deleterious effect on the economy.
Well, and the thing is, what they've done by giving out that money, they have to borrow to do that, right? And we're going to have to pay it back, and that's going to slow the economy down, right? So, the government has over borrowed at this point. And so they have to pay that money back, and then that will slow the economy down for sure because the government's not spending it on. It's all interest, right? It doesn't do anything.
I wanted to chime in.
Hey, one quick thing, John.
Go ahead, get correct.
Like very quickly, like this is very nuanced because people think about just interest rates go down, interest rates go up. Like you're putting the curve back up here. See, this is important. It's the curve that matters, not just like I push the company up and push the interest rates down. The thing is, like when the Fed forces interest rates to go up very quickly or forces the interest rates to go down very quickly, it's bad. Both are bad in terms of the banking system because the banks only make money when the curve looks healthy. There's a curve. The curve has to have good shape for the banks to make money because they're giving out loans to somebody else and receiving loans from somebody else. And the interest rates differential, the difference between two sets of interest rates along the curve will set their profits.
Right.
Right, John?
Yeah. He just hit on something very important.
So that's the thing you got to hit on, John. Yeah.
Rate doesn't really matter as much as the differential. That's correct. When I used to work in Fannie Mae, we used to do things like this right here. Let me see if I can share the screen with you. Can you read this? Are you able to see this right here? This is what the random guy on the street can't do. Monte Carlo simulations. Right.
Oh boy. John, why are we going doing this, John? Like, why are you packing like 10 years of like graduate level work in like 2 seconds?
That's John Galt for you. Right
That's
there,
John Galt. Oh, here we go, John.
No, that Monte Carlo is for a retirement prediction, though, John, is it not?
Man,
oh boy,
you can use it for a lot of things, Ryan.
The Monte Carlo is retirement.
A lot of things. Like Ryan, we used to when I worked at Fannie Mae, and here's one of the interesting things why Fannie Mae went under, or got really downsized. And I told you I worked in the middle office where we used to try to mark the market, all these exotic securities, and they were going head to head with Goldman and Morgan and Dean Witter.
Yeah. Big dogs.
And so how do you mark the market against these guys if you're just a guy that's trading one little asset class where they're trading this around a lot of different people? You can't even trust your numbers.
Yeah.
Right? And things like that. Like these people have access to a fuller picture of a yield curve, as an example. I have an article posted, and we'll talk about it one day about the shadow money market. Which kind of
the yield curve is we've never not had a yield curve followed by a recession, an inverted curve followed by a recession in the market history. So,
but when I'm explaining to you though, right, like this part of the yield curve, when we had those low interest rates, and we're talking about interest rates and things like that.
Yeah.
You remember when the rates were 1%, 2%, whatever, 0%, more or less, And there were some countries where they were paying you to borrow money.
Japan, yeah, that's right.
Switzerland, I think Sweden, one of those countries where more or less you were paid to borrow money. Well, do you think they were paying the poor man to borrow money? Hell no. That part of the yield curve didn't even exist to him. It only existed to rich people. Let's say if you're a rich person, you go into a bank and you say, hey man, I got $2 billion worth of business with you. Give me that 1% loan. As a composition, as a part of your portfolio, he can throw you out that loss leader 1% loan or 0% loan, whatever the hell it was, because he's doing so much other business with you. He can, it can be a loss leader for him. For the regular guy, he's not getting that 1%. His credit ain't right. The assets ain't right. That's the prime rate. And, I think so in that sense, the lowest part of the interest rate, the yield curve, doesn't even apply to the average man.
Well, but so stimulating the economy is either they cut rates, which is done by the Federal Reserve, or the government starts to hand out money. One of them creates debt, federal deficit, right? The federal government has to borrow money to do that, right? And the other one really is only on the private side that it affects, right? By cutting rates, the Federal Reserve is doing that. Banks are loaning money cheaper. So then it's the private sector that is stimulating the economy at that point, whereas the other way is public sector, where the federal government is creating money that we all have to pay back. So, whenever they talk about tax cuts, it's the private sector they're expecting the private sector at that point is paying less taxes to the government, and so theoretically, people that pay taxes would be spending more money on buying boats and houses and whatever. So. It's all how you want to stimulate the economy.
Private or lower or higher in the last 10 years?
Under Trump, they went up.
So, in the last 10 years, are your taxes higher or lower? So, 10 years ago was the benchmark. What are they today?
I've made more money, but I guess relative to income, as a percentage, he got rid of the salt tax, like the salt.
Trump wasn't president 10 years ago. 10 years ago, whoever was president, fast forward to today, are your taxes lower or higher?
I haven't looked at it, but I've made more money, so they're higher, obviously. But as a percentage of my income, Trump hit me because of the salt tax. You see what I'm saying?
That was your state having too high of a tax.
Yeah, my state does that because they're a bunch of thieves. You're right. So,
right.
But they went up because of the salt tax, because you can't write off state income tax.
Explain, it's the salt tax. For the people that don't know, is these high tax states were passing on their responsibilities to the federal government, right?
Yes,
that's the gist of it, right? All right.
Well, we used to be able to write off your state taxes, right? You can't do that anymore. And Maryland likes to just rob everybody.
You can. If you're in Alabama, you can. But if you're in New Jersey, New York, Maryland, wherever, where they just throwing high taxes at people and then letting those people deduct that from their federal income, Trump said
they pillage you.
You people need to get your budgets in order and stop taxing your people so much. That's more or less.
That's right.
Hang on, he was going right. This one be 100% accurate.
But Trump cut the corporate tax rate, which was good. That's the main cut that he did, and in my opinion, I think it's great. They should just get rid of corporate taxes because we pay them in the cost of goods anyway. So they pass that on to us consumers. Walmart's not like, hey, I got a tax bill I got to pay. They're like, hey, we got to bump the price of all this junk we sell up by 2% to offset what the government's charging us. We'll just raise the price of toilet paper and milk and everything else. That's all they do.
Places like big box stores like Walmart live off of 30% margins.
Yeah, but they're not losing money. They talk about quote unquote greedy corporations. I'm like, the corporations, when do they lose money? They don't lose money. They just pass it on to the consumer. And then the yeoman comes in there and he goes and gets his cereal and it went up by 13 cents. And he goes, okay, well, I'm still going to get my Lucky Charms. Right. And the corporate taxes are built into the cost. And then he pays state tax on top of it. So the whole corporate tax thing is a scam. Consumers pay for the elevated taxes on the stuff. And they've done studies to prove that.
In every sector.
But it's kind of a harmless. So like the Democrats can raise corporate taxes, and there's no victim. No one's getting hurt. In theory, everyone's getting hurt, right? But they do it because it's like, oh, it's greedy corporations. It's easy to call them, oh, greedy corporations. It's easy to do that, right?
When it's
They're
really
not really
greedy politicians.
Absolutely. So I think they should abolish corporate taxes and they're losing about 10% of federal revenue by doing that, and then tax people at a higher rate so we can actually see how much we're paying. Like I want to see because we're paying 50% of our money to tax people. That's reality. You got Social Security, your employer is paying your Social Security at 50. That's the first 15%. Then you got the federal tax, state tax, local tax, tolls, tax on your car, tax on your house. We're paying 50% of our money to tax.
Let me ask you a question, Ryan. Did you see the stream I did yesterday?
I saw parts of it.
You saw those migrants going in and out of those shelters, living
Absolutely.
the high life, right? Living the high life.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah. No, why not live in a high-end luxury apartment when you just walk into a country, right?
Why not? That's not the point I'm making, right? The point is, like, clearly, the government has chosen to take your tax money and spend money on those people, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right. Matter of fact, I would probably argue that the government doesn't even have the tax money to spend on those people. The federal government is subsidizing that behavior. You say that's fair?
Yes.
So the point I'm making, I guess, your taxes don't really make a hill of beans a difference. At the end of the day, maybe it did 20 years ago, but today it doesn't really matter. The government.
Well, they borrow the money. I mean,
okay, whatever. Right? They borrow.
So here's a problem, John. So the government takes this money from us. They seize it basically, right? Because we don't have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
They get it, and then they use it. They deploy it in different places, right? They impact the economy and everything. Right?
Before you go too far, Ryan, let me ask you this question.
Mm-hmm.
If the government collected all our taxes, do you think it will be able to do all of it, what it's doing now? With all of our tax money, could they do all of it's doing now?
Well, what they're doing is they take the tax money and a percentage of that goes to the interest on what they've already borrowed, which is now the fourth largest item in the budget. On what they've already squandered, right? And they're still borrowing more beyond that.
So that means they're using a credit card. They couldn't pay for the roads.
Yes.
Things like that in America.
Yes.
Without
and the interest on the credit card was 2% 5 years ago, 4 years ago, and it's now 6 or 5, whatever it is, whatever the rate.
Even when it was 2%. Even when it was 2%, our tax revenue, if they took everything we made, based upon the law, the IRS code, would that be enough to fund the Ukraine, Israel, the migrant shelters, and all the other largesse of the government?
No. No, now it is now that our tax revenue that they're collecting, which is about $5.5 trillion from the taxpayers, right? So it literally pays for Social Security, Medicare and Medicaid, and all the other money they borrow. All the other money, right? They borrow.
So it does.
So that's called crowding out. So they're crowding out other spending. They're crowding out other spending. The interest is now crowding out other spending.
So in that sense, they really don't need our tax money because the amount of money that they're spending is much more than the amount they would ever collect from us by way of income taxes. Is that fair?
No, I mean, they still need the revenue. Like, would you buy T-bills, T-bonds, T-note, any of the treasury instruments if you knew that there was no way to pay them back? They weren't collecting any taxes, right? I wouldn't buy those T-bills, T-notes, and T-bonds, and the whole world buys our treasuries.
You think they're buying them based upon our tax revenue? Our tax revenue doesn't cover it.
We've always paid those debt instruments. We've always paid them. We've never not paid them, right?
How do we pay them if the tax revenues don't cover it?
Well, the tax revenues are covering the interest. So, and then we sell more. as they mature, we sell more to continue to borrow against the good name of the United States. So, but it's now just covering the interest, and then they're retiring debt and creating debt all the time.
There has been an ulterior reason, though, why these companies are continuing to buy American debt when the taxpayer revenue clearly is not able to service all that debt. Right?
So there was an effect on our bond rating recently. Moody's downgraded us, I think, and the thing is, as it gets more risky, we do have to pay more. In other words, as we become less solvent, they evaluate and go, hey, listen, I don't know if we should buy any more of these T-bills because they can't pay it back, right? So it gets risky, but so far the United States hasn't defaulted on any of its debt ever. And the other thing is, it's a stable economy. Like, where else do you put your money if you're the Saudis? The Saudis buy them. The whole world buys them. Where else do you put your money? In China?
That leads me back to my point again. Like, is our tax money really that valuable? Is the amount of money, could the United States government go on without our tax money?
I mean, it's still funded. The government is still, a large percentage of the government is still funded by the tax revenue. So, I mean, they can't, I don't believe they can.
Blacks, what do you think? Blacks may not be here.
I'm sorry. What?
Who's that?
Do you think the federal government could sustain itself without our tax revenue?
Do I believe that they could? Absolutely, they could.
How would they
like they did before with tariffs? However, our understanding of money is 100 years behind. Okay, we still think of taxes being the means in which everything is paid for. It is not, as we all know. Okay, everything is now digital. Nothing's dollars and cents anymore the way it used to mean. Tangible goods, tangible precious metals. It's all fiat. Nothing that we could say right now is anywhere near logical in the banking realm. So in terms of this government being able to run itself without our taxes, well, we're witnessing them do it today. $200 and some odd billion sent to Ukraine. Where did they get that money from?
Borrowed.
Okay, they just created it. That was it.
Yeah.
There was
so why do they need our taxpayer money?
Keep us in line. Period. I know a lot of people don't like to believe that, and it took me a while to get on that train, but it's just a means to an end. You will pay 50% of your earnings to us because we said you will. That's it. There's no rhythm, reason, or rhyme. Think about it. You have a tax code that nobody understands. Everybody feigns understanding, but nobody understands it. Even the people who add to it and take away from it. They don't understand the freaking tax code. And then
you got to be an accountant to understand
it. Accountants don't understand it. You have world-class economists that don't understand. It's an affront to logic. It's ridiculous. So when you have people telling you, like the IRS, that you owe the federal government, for instance, when they, quote, randomly audit you, unquote.
Yeah.
And then they tell you owe an amount. You're like, well, how the hell did you know? How do you know what I owe when I didn't file? Oh, well, we extrapolated this way, and we looked at your car purchases. The bank gives us the information because the bank's in cahoots with us. What do you do?
Have you guys ever heard of Rush Limbaugh on taxes and stuff like that?
Yes, but it's been a while.
Yeah, he's been going a while. He had an interesting thought about taxes. Like, it just meant to keep the little man down. where the big corporations, things like that, they can manipulate, find ways around the tax laws. The little man, he's just stuck abiding by, whatever
I
is
mean,
set.
small businesses get hurt worse than any because the government likes to hit the small business. They don't have accountants on retainer. So if you're an independent small business, when I say small, 50 employees or less, 100 employees, you're more likely to get audited. Subcontractor level, low, but the big guys have, the top four accounting, the big four on retainer. So the IRS can't really get them. So the IRS is all about where do we get our money? Let's find the soft spots. And usually the little guy is a soft spot because they can go fleece them, So, so the little guy is likely to settle. He says, oh, well, I owe 80 grand. The IRS says we'll settle for 60. He gives them the money. Whereas the big guys can fight. So they target the mid and small companies.
Yeah, I forgot to mention this earlier, but you guys hit the Cash App. We're doing this for Porsche. We're crowdfunding. If Tropes put his Cash App in the chat, we'll put his Cash App in the banner as well. I want to appreciate him for the Angel video, and we want to create some more shorts and editing and stuff like that. So hit the Cash App for Porsche right here, right now. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Ryan.
I was just going to say they love to pick on the mid and small guy, but one thing to understand about the income tax in America, the bottom 50% of earners don't really pay anything. They get money back a lot of the times. The top 1%, which are vilified, by the way, in the media, they pay about, I want to say 40% of all income taxes paid to the federal government, right? That's the figure. So the top 1% pay for a lot of people, and then the top 10% pay like 90% of all federal taxes collected, right? It's a very progressive system. So if you're making 50 grand and you look at what comes out of your check in federal taxes, and you have a family, and at the end of the year, you're making 50 grand, and you look at what you paid, in likelihood, you didn't pay any federal taxes, or very little if you have kids, right? So, it's federally, it's very progressive. It's not, it's not what the left-wing media makes it out to be. And another thing that's very progressive is the Social Security system. Like, you can pay a lot of money in to Social Security, and if you pay very little in just for, you get like 2 times the benefits back. That's another very progressive system. We have a very progressive system in the country in Social Security benefits and also income taxes. We really do. So it's not. I hear people advocating for a flat tax. I'm like, you don't want that. People don't want that. So it would. That means like people that aren't making very much would have to pay money in. And they don't have the money per se. So
that's a topic we may talk about one day. The benefits or pros and cons of a flat tax. Hey, before we get out of here today, I gotta get away a little earlier than usual. Blacks,
Yes,
you have
sir.
anything you want to talk about? You want to talk about what you saw yesterday, the migrant shelter? I give you free range here.
Well, I don't call them migrants. They are illegal aliens, and that's number one. Number two.
I knew he was going to say that.
I'm with you on that, Black.
Concerning the Supreme Court fiasco with Biden, you heard today he came out with his plan to reform Supreme Court, and he's saying it's called what he proposes a bill called what is it? You don't, no man's above the law bill, where presidents who have, quote, committed crimes, unquote, can no longer be given qualified immunity or whatever, presidential immunity. And it's just a shit show circus is what it is. The guy is grasping at straws because even though he's on his way out, He wants to bolster the party, and that's number 2. And number 1 is he wants to bolster his legacy. He wants to be seen as a president who has affected change on an existential level, no matter what it is, even if it's detrimental to the to the nation as a whole. He wants to, hey, yeah, look, I did this. I was the one who reformed the Supreme Court, whatever that means. It's hilarious, man. It's laughable.
You think Biden is thinking about all these things?
No, he's not thinking about any of these things, but I do know that he's thinking about his legacy. He will do whatever it takes to maintain his legacy. He wants to be talked about in the annals of time. I don't think he's the one coming up with the ideas. No, he's an idiot. He's a buffoon. He has
he's thinking about what flavor pudding he's going to have for lunch.
Exactly.
Well, if you think about the pudding, you think he's thinking about his legacy at the same time?
I do think he's thinking about his legacy. Absolutely. That's his whole modus operandi. They're self-serving. Every one of them.
They're all very narcissistic.
Yeah, they're self-serving narcissists. If there's one thing you can count on a politician being, it's self-serving. So do I think he's thinking about his legacy? Absolutely. Same thing with Chuck Schumer when he tried to get the News Corps to clap when he said freaking Kamala the Ugandan nightmare was going to be their candidate. Okay, was going to take over Biden's position. So I'm just saying, man, these guys are if nothing else, they're narcissists and self-serve. And so, absolutely, that's what he's thinking about. And it's
it's not going to go anywhere either.
Like, no, it's not. But it's a shame that it's even floated. It's a shame that that's what they're thinking about instead of the needs and rights of the people. The only thing the Supreme Court has done, I'd say 80% of the decisions that they've come down with in this season have been in favor of the American populace. Of course, there are things I don't agree with, but if just to name one, the Chevron decision, okay?
Yes.
You're supposed to acquiesce to me, the citizen, not some ABC organization, not some freaking presidential cabinet organization. I'm the people, not them. And here's another take. And I'm everywhere with this, but just follow me. Think about, I really want people to think about what the Democrats just did with the Biden to Kamala Harris fiasco. Okay. Not only did they choose Biden without a true primary. Okay. They said, after saying he was the epitome of intelligence, of democracy,
awesome.
He's the greatest. Then when they decided to kick him to the curb, when George Clooney, Barack Obama, and the lot decided to kick him to the curb in lieu of Kamala the Ugandan nightmare, they essentially told the people, you don't get to pick who you want. Yeah. We do. Yeah. Okay. And then people are yelling. They're like, no, we don't want her. They're saying, we're gonna choose her anyway. Because fuck you. That's why.
Hold on, Blacks. Let me ask you a question.
And we're gonna make that
are people yelling that they don't want her? I haven't heard anyone yelling they don't want her.
There are plenty of people yelling they don't want her, but they have the public shills working overtime, and they have the news working overtime to throttle everybody who's saying these people are in cahoots. It wasn't this way 20 years ago, where you had actual news instead of opinion pieces. But now you have nothing but opinion pieces. You have corporate shills. You have the aristocracy. You have the elites who have joined the News Corps, who are rich, who have degrees ad nauseum, which mean nothing. But they are the aristocrats. So that's who's reporting the news. Okay, we don't have dogmatic reporters who are going to sniff out the story come hell or hot water. We don't have that anymore. It's all opinion pieces, and they are bought and paid for with
Blacks, I think
Operation Earnest Voice. If you don't know what that is, look that up, etc. These people, and it started with Obama. It started with Buck Obama, with Barack Obama, Hussein Obama, okay, with Shabako drama. It started with him. And everybody refuses to believe this. It's insane.
Blacks, I think you'd be a better reporter than a politician.
Man, look, I'll tell you something, man. If you want somebody to give you the unabashed story, okay, I'm the one. I'm going to tell you. I don't give a shit. Because I'm tired of me being told that I'm wrong because I should be towing the line. I get it from parents. I get it from brothers of mine, friends of mine, that I'm supposed to shill for these people because they're either black or liberal or Democrat. It's insane. When I talk about the civil rights movement, oh, Lord have mercy, don't let me talk about that. Now I'm enemy number one. Oh, you don't know, you weren't there. I was there. My mom.
Let me get to Ryan before I get out of here.
I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. Blacks out. I'm always delighted to have you up. You always have you have a passionate point of view. As I said to you, you probably would be a better reporter than a politician, man. They hunt you down as a politician, but as a reporter, you'd have a little bit more free reign.
Man,
you'd be on Rumble.
Anyway, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
I was just going to say that you're right. In the journal, so they looked at the journalist donations by political party, and I think it's 94% of journalists are donating to the Democrats, right? So that tells you their ideology. And NPR was just exposed by the guy that retired, or he left there, and they were 89 Democrats to 0, right? It was a huge number of Democrats, right? So journalism in and of itself, they go to these schools and they get brainwashed and they end up on the left, right? It's just the way it is, right? But yeah, watching the Biden takedown from where Joe Scarborough was saying he's coherent, he's never been better, and then 2 months later he's ousted. And I got to tell you, he was taken down by the New York Times. I mean, Clooney article comes out. There were slow leaks each week, each other day at the right times. Candidates came out against him, and the next thing you know, this wave built and he's gone, right? And now we're seeing the propping up of Kamala Harris, which is remarkable. And the media now, like I just saw, they're saying we can't talk negatively about Kamala. Apparently, if you say anything negative about her, you're a misogynist and you're a racist, right? And I'm like, so the people that are rooting for Trump, you haven't said anything bad about him at all, right? So we can't say anything bad about Kamala, but Trump, just whatever you want. Like you can say whatever you want about that guy, right? Like the entire left-wing media was calling him the mustache man. It's nuts, right? So I don't know. This election, they always say it's the biggest election of our lifetimes, right? I don't know about that, but it'll be interesting to see how this shakes out in the end. I don't know who's going to win.
Is your wife a Democrat or a Republican, Ryan?
She went to an all-women's college. So
what's it like balancing? Yeah, you're kind of moderate. You're not like a hardcore Republican or anything.
No, I'm not. I try to look. I go issue by issue, man. I really don't have a party.
So what's it like balancing the ideas off your wife, and she's like, if you're a Democrat, you're probably not able to get through to her.
She's a centrist. She's really a centrist now. Like when she was younger, she was more of a liberal. We know where we have very similar values and morals, but there's more compassion over on that side. You know what I mean? More helping everybody, and I'm not that way. So I believe you got to go out and forge your own world, you know. So
Do you think you go ahead?
But it might be like but we find common ground, you know. We find common ground. So I just know we did discuss this whole Kamala thing where you can't say anything bad about her. You cannot say anything bad about her. And I'm like, she's a politician. You can say what you want. You should be tearing her apart if you choose. Because as a politician, you can do it. People should be able to say whatever they want about her. Who cares? They did it to Trump. They did it to Bill Clinton. They did it to Obama. They did it to Bush. Go, have at it. You know, you want equality? This is it. Get at it. Get after her. You know. So,
do you think that
just because she's a woman? Anyway,
do you think that you could have lived in your household without taking the vaccine with your liberal wife?
We had some differences, but ultimately, you know, yeah. We did for a time, and then I said, well, I think we should. I chose to do it because I didn't at that particular time. I didn't know what I was facing, and I have a kid with asthma, so I was like, you know, this is probably a better bet than eventually ending up with whatever this is. So we kind of made a mutual decision there.
Did you take the vaccine before she did?
It was about the same time. We just said, let's do it, you know. And part of the reason was like, I was like, well, you know, Trump was behind it initially, and then he was against it. And then Biden was initially against it fully, by the way, fully against it, didn't trust it. And then he was for it. They both switched. And I was like, well, if I get the vid, it doesn't look good. And if I take the vaccine, I don't know how that's going to look. So I just said, well, let's do it. And we did it. You know, we both kind of mutually decided so.
Do you think you could have stayed with your wife if you hadn't taken it?
Yeah, we have freedoms. I mean, yeah, she wouldn't. It's not. She's moderate. She's not. You know, she's not like a blue-haired lunatic. You know what I mean? So
how many shots did she take?
Both of us did two. The first, and then the booster, and then by that time everybody had it, and I was like, I'm done. And I think I got it after that. So,
but
I got the vid.
Is she done? Has she told you like, hey, I'm done. I ain't taking this anymore?
Oh yeah, we both did. Like I said, she's very moderate. Like I'm a little to the right and she's a little to the left, but we're pretty similar, you know. I'll tell you what's funny, John, is our first year together, she wrote the check to the government. She said, wow, I've never been more of a Republican than I am right now because I don't like writing this check. She wrote it out of her account.
Hey, how many children do you have, Ryan?
Combined, we have 4.
You have 4 children?
I have 2 from my first marriage. We're remarried.
Oh, I didn't know you. Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, it's all good. And then she had 2. So yeah, we have 4 combined.
Oh, so y'all don't have any together. They're like a blended family. They call it, right?
We're blended, yeah. Absolutely.
Let me ask you this question. Her children that she brought, are they vaxxed?
One is I know that one of them is because they're a state employee. So, and then the other one, I don't know. And then I know that so because of my daughters were in college, they had no options.
So they're vaxxed too. So 3 out of the 4 at least.
Yes.
But
if you're in college, you don't have much of a choice, right?
Yeah.
Plus, there's a slow, wet brainwashing going on in colleges anyway. To where
yeah, very strong.
They're the lunacy in campus. The campus life today is, it's hot. It's high. But I'll tell you an interesting fact, John. There's more younger people. I just saw this. Apparently, there's more of the young, like under millennial, like they're shifting to the right. Weirdly, right? I just saw this. Well, it said that the 2020 registrations for young people, like 18 to 25, were in 2020 were heavily Democrat, and now they're pretty much split. I saw that on the news, so we'll see. But
once they get those student loan bills, they'll convert very quickly. The Democrats will have something that they can't resist: student loan forgiveness.
I was going to say something, John. I think this proposal with the Supreme Court by Biden and a lot of the stuff he proposes, he knows will not pass, and he knows it's unconstitutional. Like he knew that the college money was unconstitutional. He knew that, right? And it just got gunned down. The one he just tried to push through, right? But the media picks it up, and he says, "I'm trying to get you this money." He knows it's going to get shot. Nancy Pelosi said, Joe Biden just cannot forgive all this money, right? She knows it. They know it. They're not stupid. They're lawyers, right? They're in government. They know what they can and can't do. So I think he just does it to grab the media headline and pretend he did something. And then he blames the Republicans shot it down. I tried, I think it's just political nonsense.
Yeah, it is
like he knew that was unconstitutional. He don't have the right to forgive $100 billion at a clip. I mean, it's insanity, right? So
I agree with you.
So he just does it for political. He just does it for political reasons. It's the Democrat way. Is we're going to try to give you everything that we can.
Hey, Ryan, any suggested topics before we get out of here today?
No, I like the topics though. The economics you were talking about with the yield curve and macroeconomics is always fun, and geopolitics is fun too.
Had you ever heard of an inverted yield curve before?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah,
yeah, because whenever that pops up, they're looking at like paying more for current money versus long term. They're anticipating a rate cut. That's why, right? So, the inverted yield curve usually says recession coming, and they're going to have to cut interest rates to stimulate the economy, and that's why they do it, right? So,
I guess.
Yeah, but economics is, when I was in school, I took a lot of those classes, so, and it's always been interesting. So.
It's always a pleasure having you up, Ryan.
Absolutely.
All right, you have to come back tomorrow. We're gonna have an interesting topic tomorrow.
Hey, check it out.
I think on Wednesday we're gonna have hopefully Wednesday we'll have Ken Watson. I talked to him last week. I had a little emergency, so I had to travel.
It's all good.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'm looking forward to it. All right. See you.
Yeah, that's gonna be great. He has a new deal. He just announced, so it's gonna be great. So some updated information there.
Awesome. Okay.
All right. Hey guys, the reason why I did this stream today was because of the guy that was killed in Atlanta. I've told you guys I do business in bad neighborhoods with people that I'm their biggest bill often, and he's out here selling $10-15 meals and end up finding himself killed. And they didn't even take the Rolls Royce, but he's riding around in the ghetto talking about he's opened up 7 restaurants and finding himself killed. And I wanted to get Master Kim on here because he does business in the hood similar to some of the things I do. And one of the things that I like to hammer home is you have to be discreet, show some discretion. And this guy, I showed you the neighborhood where he was riding around in a Rolls Royce. If he's going there to open up a restaurant, he should have been in a truck or a car that he can haul materials and things like that in. But he wanted to show off. And he pulled up in a Rolls Royce, and people probably saw him coming from a mile away. And when you're doing business in the ghetto, you have to show discretion. And I showed you a restaurant where the people probably are making much more money, and they had even better reviews than he did. But again, they weren't riding around in a Rolls Royce. They probably had a lot of restaurant experience. This guy had none. And so it's just an element of maybe him not being very serious. And clearly he wasn't very serious because he lost his life. So it's just a story that I want to highlight, and that's why I titled this story Business 101. It's not that you can't do business in the hood, because again, I showed 2 examples. One still thriving, and people in the comments were saying that it's a very good restaurant. And the other one, well, he's dead now. And there was a large element of him wanting to be flashing and flossing and riding around in a Rolls Royce, and the other people just want to do business. And I think that made the difference in the outcome there. Again, thank you for joining. And we're going to have Ken Watson up at some point, I think Wednesday. His schedule permits. And we're going to do this stream with Jenny, maybe this evening or tomorrow. I'll talk with her. So you'll see that notification. But again, thank you for joining.